know that we don't have a lot of time. We've already missed a little bit. So I'm also running blind, which is always fun. So I'm not going to do the big lengthy intro that I probably would have done yesterday, and I'm hopeful that those of you that are in the room are able to introduce yourselves. So motaku he, I don't have the right paper, so someone's gone to run and print them. Tēnei te āhua o te hui Māori me ki. But I would like to introduce, I'm hopeful I'm Inti Kouka, is that right? Our first session, Ku'u mo'o o lelo o nā pō o ka mahina. Pelika, is it someone help me? Andrade, beautiful name. No mai e hoa. Oh, stairs on that side.
Aloha kako. Thanks for joining us this morning. I hope everybody's had their coffee or whatever gets them up in the morning. My name is Pelika Andrade. Oh, I'm so uncomfortable up here. I like to walk around. So I'm just going to get into it because there's a lot. I'm going to talk really, really fast because there's a lot to cover. And just, I guess, the formalities. From Hawaii, from the island of Kauai. Thank you very much for having me here. Really, really excited. I was really, really excited about the conversations that were had yesterday. It's really interesting as we all kind of work in our separate areas of the Pacific and the world to know that we come from the same people because we're finding the same things, and we're getting to the same conclusion. So that's kind of a beautiful journey that I love that we're all on together. So formally, I run a nonprofit back in Hawaii, Namaka o Nauna, and I also work for the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College program. And before we get into that, the mo'olelo o nā pō o ka mahina, I wanted to kind of take you on the journey of how I got here, and how I got here, and build the foundations for that. So I run a broader program called Nā Kilo Aina, and it loosely translates into the many things that feed us and sustain us. But we wanted to revisit some words because I know for some of you, some of these words are really, really familiar, but I want to kind of broaden what the meanings are on it. So we have Nā Kilo Aina. Na is a plural, right? Aina first. So Aina, I think here, kainga. But if we break up the word, it's Aiana, and it means anything that feeds. And if we look at the purpose of feeding, it's about overall health and wellness. So in our use of Aina, I get to walk around and do this. Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Okay, I'm gonna walk. So Aina, the many things that feed us that address health and wellness, and we look at Aina bases and feedings and the needs of feedings, it's mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. So instead of being that loose translation of land, which is what a lot of people use it as, it actually is all of those things that feed us and contribute to our overall health. So, and when we look at Aina and those feeders, from a Hawaiian perspective, it is based on reciprocity. So Aina doesn't exist unless there's some reciprocity happening. So when I work with students and communities, it's really funny because I'm like, hey, your mental health, right? Who's feeding you mentally? And they're like, teachers, whatever. And I'm like, okay, so how well do you eat? Not so well, they don't do a good job. I'm like, oh, but isn't that feeding a reciprocity? So in other words, it's dependent on what you feed it, right? The quality of that. So if you're gonna eat like at McDonald's every day, like that's what you get. So you have control of what you put in your body, what you put in your mind, what you put into your spirit and your emotions and your body. So Aina bases are anything that feed us in the overall health of us. Kilo, and we've been using it a lot in Hawaii. I know titiro is here in Aotearoa. And I just wanna, there's so many words of observe, and we loosely again use it as observe. But in my experience and as I've been going through this journey, kilo is a process of observation to make a decision. And Roxy said it really well yesterday, right? What's your question first? So kilo is this process. It's not just to observe. We have other words for observe, like nana, yeah, go ike. We have all of those things that talk about just looking at things. But kilo is a process to be made of observation that leads to a decision. With kilo hoku, those that watch the stars, they're watching the stars to read a story to make a decision. With kilo lavaia, fishermen, lead fishermen that watch the oceans and the fish and everything because they're trying to make a decision of what to fish for, where to fish for, how to fish for it. So na kilo aina, observers of the many things that feed us. And again, what are the things, identifying those things that feed us, but understanding them and observing them so we can make a decision of engagement, of how to be reciprocal in that relationship. So our big focus is, and why, what's the question, right? Alahula aina momona. So aina momona is, in our interpretation, is thriving in productive communities, right? We have all the byproducts, which are great, right? Our ike kupuna is a byproduct of a thriving and productive community, right? Lo'i, good food systems, byproduct of a healthy and thriving community. And alahula is this beautiful word about like a path well-traveled, right? So if we're gonna manifest anything, we wanna manifest the path well-traveled to aina momona. And it all boils down to relationships, everything. Relationships that we have with ourselves, with each other, with our lands, with our oceans, with all of our aina bases, right? Because how do we get someone to care? Right? How frustrating is it for all of us in education, right? We go into a classroom and none of the students care. Our communities, we think that they don't care. Well, they've never had an opportunity to develop that relationship. So a lot of the work is not so much teaching kilo or facilitating kilo, it's just going in and getting them to just start having a relationship with themselves. Simply as that. So going into what we're here to talk about today is really talking about a place having a story, that relationship. And let's listen, right? We're stuck with all of these biases and the narratives we carry in our head about what other people tell us we're seeing. Someone said yesterday, right, whether you just go on your app instead of just outside, right? Is it hot outside? How many of you just go, yeah, it's hot, or you just gotta wait, I gotta check what the degrees are, right? So we don't listen, and we've lost the ability to really be strong in the listening. And landscapes are as knowledge repositories, and the ability to read that library. What else? Okay, yeah, and then Dr. Ngata talked about that literacy program, right? We talked indigenous literacy. This is our literacy program. It's not reading those books that we have, and they're beautiful and they're valuable, but we have this story happening outside us every day, and it's always changing, and there's all of these storytellers, and depending on who you are, your main characters change, but they're all telling a story, and our ability to listen has become weak, so it's building the capacity again, to become literate again, indigenous literacy. Roxy said it yesterday, attention, right? And it's super, super simple that we bypass the simplicity of what this process can be. Be present and paying attention, but paying attention together with being present is really key. And I say that like as sarcastically as I can because people don't pay attention when they're present. And all of us have gone through high school, right? 4 years in the school system, and you ask them, they were there for 4 years, they should know that place. And you ask them what was there, who are your bird people, who are your plant people, who are your weather, when did it get hot, when was this seeding, and when did this flower, and when did the birds appear, and they're just like, I don't know. Like for me, when I was in high school, I knew where the principal's office was, where the bathrooms were, right? Cafeteria, pool, right? Those are the places I knew. And I really didn't pay attention. So part of the journey is just being present and paying attention and expanding that experience space so to pay attention to different things. The other thing, and this comes from one of our Dr. Manu Meyer back at home, who's this great philosopher. And she took these words and she kind of broke them apart because together they mean something else. But I like them apart. So mana'o. Mana'o means an idea, a concept, right? Lana means to float. Those are the theories, right? The theories that float about us, we've never touched. It's really important to turn those into mana'o i'o. I'o means meat and flesh. So we do them so much that it's embedded in our very flesh. That's important. They're both valuable, but there's a value of doing them together. and bring them in. And it changes our relationship again, right? So this is us making salt in the salt beds at Kalaimano on the Big Island. And we had all kinds of ideas of how that salt process went until we just kind of did it and let that shoreline tell us what needed to be done. And then going and fixing a manovai, so that's the intake for our lo'i systems. And having us, right, there's a different, something happens when you talk about moving big rocks like that, and then you actually do it. Changes you. And then they're thatching one of our hale in Haena on Kauai. And the beautiful thing about that, it's not simply thatching, but now they have to question what they're thatching with. So that's lolu palms. And then where do lolu palms grow? And then how come we don't have lolu palms everywhere? So their relationships not only changes with the hale, but it changes with what supplies that, and then the areas in which they supply. And part of the mana'o lana to mana'o i'o is also the realities of other people. I work with a lot of management and conservation groups and a lot of students, and a lot of this trying to get another generation of leadership active. And one of the biggest messages for me is the i'o is also the realities that other people carry. Because if we're gonna make decisions about on other people's lives, at least touch them, yeah? As someone who talks and works within fisheries management, if you are not a fisherman, you should not be a part of this conversation at all, period, yeah? And then also utilizing multiple knowledge systems. Most of you have been a part of the university and academic system, and we have this beef between science and indigenous knowledge. First, STEM is not owned by the Western cultures. Every culture has STEM. We all have a version of it, yeah? And they're tools, because our science doesn't dictate our values either. It's an inquiry process for us to understand the world around us, but our values drive that. We can use Western science to drive our values and to understand the stories and to help get a broader story. So it's really important for me to get people to understand, and our youth, don't be scared of the tool. Like my dad used to say, you know, a chainsaw with Jason is like super scary, right? You don't want Jason with a chainsaw. But I can use a chainsaw to cut down trees, build a canoe, right? So it's who's the carrier. Don't be scared of the tool. And then the last thing that's really, really important is changing and revisiting, redefining the narratives and beliefs, the stories we carry in our head, and this is huge, right? So look at the 4 pictures. It's the same shoreline on Kalaimano on the Big Island. And there's March, May, June, and October. There's a story here. But what's healthy? What's the story you have in your head about health? Which picture, which month is healthy? March, I heard March. Who says March? Okay, May. Okay, June. October. All. Yes. 5 years ago, everybody was March. Now more and more people going, everyone. Absolutely. Every single month is healthy. Because through the seasonal story of this place, that's what happens. And it pushes another cycle, and it pushes another story. And it pushes a different kind of production. This story is the intertidal zone becomes really, really productive in fish being extracted. Our limu grows, our fish come in. There's all of this reproduction happening, and that intertidal slowly shrinks down to the waterline, and then it turns into a pelagic and a reef production. But it's all healthy. So what does it talk about when we talk about our health? Right? Western cultures tell us that sad is bad, right? Fear, not something we want. Anxiety, and we have all of these negative connotations to a different narrative. Why are we so scared of these narratives? We just have to redefine them and recalibrate. So, healthy. Poor. We heard disadvantage yesterday, like all the time. Disadvantage to who? So me and my ex-husband, we both grew up really, really poor. The difference between me and him, I never knew it, because that was not the story of my family. And we grew up very, very different people. Yeah, I think I actually was poorer than him. Yeah, right? We lived off the grid. Closest neighbor was over a mile away. We grew our own food. We fished for our own fish. Only had water. Walked most of the place. I remember my parents, like, whipping the automatic car around just to try to jump start it, right, in the morning, so we couldn't get it, right? Sometimes couldn't start it, so I had to walk a mile in the rain to get to the road to hitchhike to get to school in the morning. We didn't know it. I don't think we were poor, right? Disadvantage. What does productive look like? Everybody thinks if I can't get the 5 reports in, I'm not productive. Yeah. I like to think my Netflix marathons are super productive, right? Because I rest. Yeah, it gives my body and my brain to click off, which is super important for overall health. And then what is smart? This is the one that kills me, because I still hear my age group going, oh, I'm not smart like you. Yeah? So, talking about moons. But before we get into moons, so about 2009, we started to consciously start to look at Kalaimano at this one place. And we're looking, and I went right into seasons. Like, what is this place telling us? Because the question we were asking at the time was, how do I know a place so well that anything I choose to do in it, I do it with the least amount of impact? Yeah, if I fish, least amount of impact. If I'm present, least amount of impact. If I rest it, least amount of impact. Because guess what? When we rest, there's an impact. Because other things take over. Sometimes because of invasive species, they start to take over. Invasive tourists, they start to take over. You guys know this. When brown people leave the area, what comes in? Right? It happens. But the moon stuff was starting to take up traction back home in Hawaii. And we got pushed in that area as we were doing seasonal stuff. And I'm like, no. Moon stuff is, yeah, our kupuna were brilliant, right? That's the roadmap, moon stuff. But within a season, like, people were saying, it's this moon, fishing is good. You go down to the ocean in the morning, it's high tide. And I'm like, I was just there, bullshit, right? And then I started to really explore that and didn't feel really good about it. And then I figured out moons within the context of season and we were missing the context of season. And a lot of our historic instructions, we're taking it out of context. So because I'm like a geek and I had to cut up a tide chart, I cut up a tide chart, taped it together. You can see my beautiful imagery, right? And then I just looked at cycles. So this is a tidal chart for Hawaii. And I just wanted to look at the wavy lines and just see what popped out at me. So you can see new moon, full moon, back down to new moon. I put in the seasons as, not Hawaii knows it, but as the world kind of knows it. And if you can see, the green circles and the red circles there, they are the extreme highs and extreme lows. So in Hawaii, we have 2 highs, 2 lows. One's higher than the other. So the commonality between the moons during the new and full are that the highest high and the lowest low are the farthest apart on all the moons. That's the commonality across the year. The cool thing in season, the context of season, is that it only goes extreme, low and high in the winter and summer, during the full and new. The other super cool thing that popped out was, in the winter, that big high that we see, those extremes, happen in the AM hours. Then something happens in spring and it flips it, and then it happens in the PM hours during the summer. Cool. So I'm like, yeah, context, season, right? The other really cool thing that just looking at it for like 45 minutes was my scientific word, mushing. So the 2 highs mush into one long high and then mush into one long low. And it only happens in the equinoxes, the ole moons for us, but the quarters for others. The quarter moons in the spring and the fall. And I think that mushing helps throw the tide so it can go into a PM, into an AM, depending on the season. So just looking at our tides, that's how the moon affects tides. And I could go into it more, but I just was like, 45 minutes, got my evidence, okay, stay with seasons. Right, so we have been doing seasons for a really long time. And here's our process. We call it huli'ia because we want to just search. Yeah? Tracking seasons, letting a place contribute to its own narrative, and increasing indigenous literacy, right? So here's the cool thing, and this is the thing for academics. We always have to reset because we're always about assessments and writing it down. And so here's what kills us and kills our brains. Don't write anything down right now. But we have this fear. Indigenous people around the world have this fear of loss. Yeah. We're scared to lose things because we've lost so much. And because of that, we don't want to let anything go. And actually, the Maoris taught me this. If I don't know it now, it wasn't meant for me. Oh, that's a scary thing to have faith in. And so I stopped writing things down by myself. I don't journal anymore. I haven't for like 20-something years. Because if I like to walk away knowing 4 things really well, then the 100 things I will never, ever look at again in a journal. Never, ever look at. I have journals from college. I'm like, it should just be burn pile. Okay, so the record, the data that everybody is focused on, right? That's not the outcome of Huli'ia. Again, we're trying to build communities of keen observers. I don't care about the record. They need to know their own record, because I can't hold all that knowledge for them either. No one can, right? So the record and data on paper is not the end goal. It's a byproduct of the end goal. Again, right? Beautiful byproducts, but it's not the end goal. The building of memory and creating conversations are what our products are. Keen observers. We build the capacity to be aware, to be literate in our environment and in our families and in ourselves. It's a cool thing. The capacity to remember. So here's the thing. When you throw away your journal and you stop writing stuff down, you're not going to remember in the beginning. But then you're going to start remembering in the long term. Right? And then when you force yourself to internalize, analyze, and process the story of a place and not write it down and just start to do that, you start to pick up the stories of places faster. And you start seeing how the dots connect. But you got to let go of the fear of the loss. And building the relationships. Because when you put your phone down and you put your book down, I carry my phone and take pictures like everybody else, but you build a relationship also to these places and to these people and to the people that are around you even, right? So Huli'ia is this process that we go through with communities and with ourselves. It's not about me writing down in my journal in a data sheet. I wonder if I have it. Did I put it up here? So this was like the first one in 2009. It was just to lead a conversation and put little notes. And the really, really cool thing about going through, so what we do is we go, okay, think back on the last 2 weeks or month, right? Think back on the whole thing. Because right now, memory. And tell me what you dominantly happened. I don't care if it rained yesterday and it's hot today. What dominantly happened for 2 or 3 weeks? Tell me what that was like. And everybody starts to talk about it. Tell me what dominantly happened in the wind. Did it switch? Did we get south winds, north winds, trades? Was it strong? Was it hot? Was it humid? Right? And we go through everything in the sky. And then we go to land. Okay, what were the flowers telling you? What's seeding? What's flowering? What's growing? What's dying back? What's breeding right now? What's arrived, presence, absence? And we go through shorelines. Do we have limu lines? Do we have inverts? Do we have what's happening there? What's happening in the recruitment? All of the above. And we have these broad conversations, dominant. And we record the dominant things. And the cool thing about that is, so I sail and I surf as well. And when I talk about the ocean, I'm going to look at one different from a farmer. But the next time I go out, just having that conversation, I'm going to start looking through his eyes. Again, right, sharing the realities. So all of us in the room, if we did this session right now, we would all walk away with at least 40 new things that we're going to look out for, just by simply having a conversation. And then you start to just right? So, recalibrating to a place and each other. Because cold to me might not be cold to you. Definitely for us in Hawaii, right? But then you can know, no, this is cold, guys. Hawaiians think this is cold. Yeah? And then we start to see these big things come out. Like, this I think is like in a December. It's coming into winter, right? Lots of salty sea breeze. The temperature is cold, low 60s. Flowering of mangoes, hibiscus, avocado, ulu, ohia, right? Plenty of mud hens, and the babies are about. Pigs are pregnant. Plenty of cats around, but that's just a yearly issue. Big surf. Shoreline smells like limu, ahole and manini are fat gonads. And then we have a story, right? I like pictures. So all those pictures that everybody takes, so we just after we do the words, and we go back over the year and we look at all of the dominant things that keep coming out. We're like, oh, manini were a big character in our story. Go find pictures of manini. Yeah? Limu was a big character in our story. Let's go get pictures. And then we also have, do I have a pointy thing? Oh, we have a pointy thing. And then we track the sun. So the cool thing about Kalaimano, for those that are our sun followers, Kalaimano sits in the east-west directive of the sunrise, sunset. We're directly east-west from it. So on the equinoxes, guess where our sunrise is? Right on Mauna Kea. And then during the winter, it travels north and it comes up on the northern slope. It goes all the way over there. And in the summer, it goes all the way to a pu'u that's on the other side of it. And so that story is kind of cool itself, right? When it's tracking down on the north, we know we're going into winter, and let's start doing this, doing this, doing this. And as it coming back up, oh, we're getting into summer, and then it's going down. Let's go get salt. Let's go get our canoes ready. Let's go out and get fish, and blah, 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 right? So on and so on. So this beautiful story starts to come out. The colors of our sunrises and sunsets start to change. Our oceans go from really, really rough to really, really calm, and it changes the landscape of our intertidal zone. And then we have all of this fish stuff happening. I would rather be in the ocean than anywhere else, so that's why we're stuck on fish. Okay? So we have our opihi. They're reproducing there. This is salt production here. Then we go, and now we got to jump into the ocean because our intertidal has shrunk down to almost nothing. And our production for food gathering now happens in the ocean. And then here's the cool thing, right? STEM, Western science. We can take quantitative data. So someone was doing gonad studies and fecundity, quality of eggs. And we took her data and we aligned it with ours. And we were looking at what she was seeing. And we put it in our timeline. But past that, now we can pass, how do we capture that knowledge? So someone else has a reference point to jump off of and recalibrate to. Because 200 years ago is a really far off place to recalibrate. So we're giving them 2014, 2012, 2013, around there. But with these little, let's not go too fast. So kepi'i na nalu ulu papo haku, puluka papa ulu ka pahe'e. When the boulder crashing waves arrive, the papa becomes wet and limu pahe'e grows. So limu pahe'e is like your, what is the limu? The parengo is parengo. And it comes seasonally for us, and only in certain conditions. It's a beautiful storyteller, and we love seeing it, but it doesn't pop up all the time. So when it pops up, we play with it a lot. Really, really yummy. But the cool thing about it is boulder crashing waves arrive. So the waves, like everywhere, gets really big, but these waves actually hit the shoreline in a way where it can rip off part of the cliff, and it just pounds it on top of the shoreline. So here's another thing about being present and paying attention. Don't only go out when it's calm. It's super boring. Go out in storms and when it's raging, because the story that comes out, that's when all the action happens. And then we did it with the team up in Kure Atoll for 4 years, and this is their story. Yeah, it's an atoll at the very north of Hawaii. So our Pai'aina, our archipelago, if you do a shaka, Hawaii is here, Kauai is here, and that's the main Hawaiian islands. You do 2 more shakas, and Kure Atoll's at the top, and there's islands all the way through. So that story takes us through what's happening in their sky and on the shorelines with their birds, right? The fledgling of Moli, Eva, we have we have Petros, we have Eva, and then all of the atoll plant characters and storyline, and then what's happening in our ocean. And then we also have our storytellers. So this is a cool one. Ho'ea mai ka Eva, ko koke ka ha'alele ana o na mea ho'uilo. So if you've ever had the privilege of hanging out with sooty terns, they are the most annoying bird ever. They are so loud. They come in like thousands and millions, and they make so much noise. So when they're there, you know they're there. But when they come and they start settling to nests, we know winter is going to be leaving soon. So their arrival is a sign of the departure of winter. So we know seasons. We don't know everybody's seasons, but we kind of got the rhythm of it to understand what's happening seasonally. And so we're like, okay, ready for moons. Let's get into moons. And everybody's interested in like the fishing and the farming, which I totally am. But something else is happening with our people. We don't know ourselves, right? Because we're an Aina base, right? We feed. And if we cannot become healthy and productive, we can't feed our families properly and our community and our lahui. So I kind of did a nosedive into what's my relationship to the moon. So ku'u mo'o lelo. What is my personal story and narrative with the moon? Because I got to recalibrate that, because I was tired of people telling me what I should feel on an ole moon. I'm tired of people telling me what I should be doing on a Mahelani moon? How do they know? Yeah? They don't have this crazy going on, right? Right? So are there really and then the narrative of production. Are there really non-productive times? And every state has an element and function that supports productivity and health. So we're not meant to be happy all the time. We're meant to experience every emotion. Think about it, sunshine all the time makes a desert. Yeah? Right? And here's someone else's narrative, but I really liked it, so I'm putting it up here. Resentment shows you where you lack boundaries. Sadness teaches you how to let go. Right? So we have all of these other narratives that we can start to, if it speaks to you, pull it into your life. Because right now, sad equals negative is not the narrative, it's not my story. So, as I came up with this journal because I wanted to do this journey about figuring out what each moon phase meant to me. And then I have this really, really smart friend, Naia Lewis, who's an artist as well, as just this brilliant person. And I had this really ugly journal, super, super ugly. And we were at this conference one, and we were talking on the side. I'm like, hey, I need help making something pretty for me. Can you help me? And she's like, oh, yeah. So I gave her my printout ugly copy of it. And she's like looking through it, and she's just like, 1 second. And she opens her computer, and she opens up my journal. Pretty. She already had it built. A little bit different. So both of us were on the same wavelength. So we combined it and hybridized both of our journals to speak to each other and be what we believe was a better tool for us. So this is the journal. It's the first edition, or second edition. The first one was in 2017. Because here's the thing, too. Okay, so I work in academics a lot. I also work with a lot of indigenous Hawaiian communities. And something's happening in our world where we think our crazy ideas should be put out into the communities for everybody to use without testing them. So we flood our communities with tools that have never been vetted. So now they have like 20 tools for the same thing. No one's tested it. And now they got to choose. So what happens when you get 20 things that you feel already overwhelmed with? What do? You don't do any. So our communities are overwhelmed at home. I know they're overwhelmed here because we have all of these indigenous students coming through with academics, have been told their whole life because they're smart in the school system, you're brilliant, you know better, come up with a tool, we're going to give it to community. And they're never told to test it, they're never told to vet it, and they're never told to tell us what it does. So I'm going to, for those professors out there, tell your students to vet it first. And don't pass it on to communities unless it's vetted. I know exactly what Hulie does because we've been doing it for 15 years. I know what this does because I've been doing it for 6. And I can tell you what it doesn't do too, right? So again, and we have so much need out there, and there's a tool for everybody. But how do we know if it works or doesn't work if we don't make ourselves vet it and do it? And then we overwhelm our communities. So don't do that, okay? So this is what the inside spread looks like. Channel your inner geek. Women are way better at this than men, just the FYI, in my experience, right? So I'm using it, we use it as a tool. I call them peva. You know the butterfly in woodwork? That butterfly stitch? So I call them peva, our tools, because they're meant to help repair fractures and make them work again, right? And make it more beautiful. Because you saw peva, right, on woodwork. They look beautiful. So to help us understand our story. So this is the inside spread. So every moon phase has a spread. And then we have each month as you go down. And here's where you have to, you know how like we met for the Huli'ia, for the seasonal? Be descriptive and be like, what is the most dominant kind of trend? So you think about your day. So Hilo moon, first moon of the month for us. If I'm in Makali'i, I'm like, oh, today was horrible, right? So precious. I have words that describe me. This is my recalibration. Precious is my word for when I want to break, but I'm trying to hold it together. Handle me with care, yeah? So you can make up your own words. It's cool, right? So you write it down and be as descriptive as honest. Because here's the other part of this journey. If you're not honest with yourself, you're not going to tend and heal your aina. And then, if you see on the side, there's all these number things. Because like I'm a math and number geek too. Naia actually brought this, and we upgraded it to what it looks like now. So we were interested in being able to track like those graphs, like tidal charts. So kino is your body. So physical energy. Mana'o, your mind, mental clarity. Na'au, emotional resilience, spiritual connection. And then after all of this happened, these three had come out because gender cycles, because we want to make sure women and men, you have gender cycles too, FYI. Attraction, universal attraction. So you know when you leave your house and you hit every red light and then the auntie in the store yells at you and you cannot find parking and like all of that? That's universal attraction, okay? It happens and there's a cycle. And then body image. So I was doing keto for 1.5 years. Here's me being honest. And I weighed myself every day and I compared how I felt about my body. And there's no correlation between this weight on the scale and how I felt. Cool. So when I want to beat myself up, I make sure I'm in the right mood to beat myself up. Because if I'm supposed to be feeling good about my body and I still don't feel good about my body, I'm like, go and run, right? But that's Aina, right? How do I feed that? I can make sure I understand it. And then your normal. So this is important. Your normal is 3. Not your neighbor's normal, your normal. So I have people that are super energetic, and I did this with about 135 people about 3 years ago. And I had a handful of people that every day were sending me 6s, extreme high energy levels. I'm like, dude, do you know what average means? Right? That's your 3. It's my 6, your 3. Yeah? And here you gotta be honest. So I tell people, wake up in the morning. So there's 2 numbers, yeah? There's a nature and a nurture. I was interested in the beginning when we did this version, what you woke up to naturally and what the day nurtured into you. I don't do that anymore because it's like, it's way too geeky, someone else can do that. But, so I use the bottom for my other 3, the other 3 things. And you just kind of run through it. And then we saved 0 and 6, remember in the moon calendar, winter and summer, extreme highs, extreme lows, for those extremes. And so here's my again, trying to be honest, right? Vulnerability, it's great, try it. And so here's my pattern. And I recognize 3 states, 3 windows. There's other things happening in there, but basic 3. That's my cocky window. Yeah. Everybody has it. Everyone I talk to has it. I hope you have it too, it's great. Yeah? Energy goes up, mental clarity goes up, emotional resilience goes up, don't mess with me, right? That's the cocky window. I get in trouble. I call it the naughty window too for some people. And then I have a stewing window, right? Because I'm correlating my numbers now with what I wrote in my journal. Nothing makes sense, right? Nothing makes sense. So this is when I go on long walks and just let things come in and out, in and out, in and out. All the players are there. I just don't know how they relate to each other. And I don't force it. Just let it go. They stew. Like a good pot of stew, you got to let it sit for a bit. And then my stars align window. Now the stew's ready to eat. Yeah? And you know, in this, and then I have like a little mini window over here, my precious window. Right? So this precious window, am I doing the right work? Am I in the right place in life? Self-worth. Am I doing the right thing? Like, you know, this is where you beat yourself up. I know that now, so I don't make large life decisions in this right here. Right? I don't change careers in this window. Because I want to, every month, I'm like, I shouldn't be doing this anymore. Don't make any decisions right there for me. Right? But sadness, right? The narrative of sadness. When you change the narrative, for me, as I've been doing some research and talking to more people and diving in my journey, I believe it's the time where we commune the closest with our kupuna. That's the veil is thin, if you're Mormon. Yeah? See? I hung out with Mormons too, Planny. Okay. So, here's my journal. I'm sharing. I had to like block out some stuff. Yeah. So again, slow and steady, move slow with no real push to rush through. Float, just float through it. Yeah? Getting out of a slump, still a bit precious. Mind is good, getting through things, but I feel a bit overwhelmed. Dragging, same as Mahoi Hope. So now I'm seeing, and this is a summary of all. And so here's the thing, I've missed days. It's okay. You can miss days. Because you only need like 3 entries and then you start to see similarities and it's just like, oh, okay, right? Here's in the first ole kukahi. Feel myself getting punchy, right? This is when I start to rise. My cocky stage is like coming in. Feel a bit playful, naughty. See, naughty stage. And notice I put notice minimal entries. Way too much happening. So I tried to find like a really good like entry for this cocky stage. None, because I didn't write during the cocky stage. I'm like, what's going on? Yep, no energy. Like, I didn't want to be inside writing and reflecting. I want to be out doing stuff. So that's another indicator. Okay, and then I'm getting into lono, into that precious stage, right? One step in front of the other, emotionally taxed. I don't want to talk to anybody that emotionally drains me in this time. And I love my friends, but if they are the emotionally taxing friends, I avoid them like the plague. I'm like, don't answer phone calls from them, like nothing. Just got to get out of the 4 or 5 days. It's survival. It's making sure that my aina momona is okay, right? Feeling beat and weighted today, still one step in front of the other, avoiding deep conversations. If you're going to have a conversation with me, do not go deep in this window too. I will walk away. One step in front of the other, sluggish and slow. And then the next edition that we're going to print, I needed to put the malama from the whole month, a nice little synopsis of the whole month to be able to log it. Because like, remember in the tidal charts, how the months, the high tide switched? We flip once in a while. So that graph that you saw, that cocky stewing in alignment, flips actually for like 2 or 3 months out of the year for me. Might be different for you. Right? So hinaya ele, first half seems the pattern has flipped. Ugh, I'm not seeing the rise when the ole moons come in. And then mahoe mua, pattern flipped, still low. And then mahoe hope, pattern back to normal. So what does this mean? What could this mean for our people, right? This is ike kupuna for me. Not what they told me happened, just going into their relationship and living their journey, right? Being literate too. So education. How do we assess our students? Are we testing in the wrong, not only the wrong moon, but the wrong season? To optimize their success. What if we're testing when they shouldn't be tested? Yeah? If everybody, and most everybody I talk to have these 3 windows, they're just not all happening at the same time. But if we know everybody goes through these patterns, and as I talk to people, I'm like, what do you like to do when you're cocky? What do you like to do when you're stewing? So I get ideas of activities that other people like to engage in. And if we know everybody kind of goes through it, but they're not aligned in the same time, why don't we have like, you know, the curriculum, monthly curriculum? Things that we know people can do in the creative, in the stewing, in the stars align, in the cocky, and then just make it end on the last day of each month. So whatever they're in the beginning, if they're creative, they do the creative. But if their friend is the physical, they go do their physical. If they're in the stars aligned, they go do their reports. But by the end of the month, they all have an opportunity to be sitting in and taking advantage of the optimal production of what is needed for the month. I don't clean houses certain times a month. There are certain times that I'm super, yeah, it's my excuse. I blame the moon. If you come the wrong time, my house is dirty. It's not my fault. Right? So testing and all of that. So I'm also working with principals, and I just got to get it on an app. But if we can test the whole student body population and find out when they're all up in physical or mental or emotional, and there's schools here that's already doing this, which is brilliant, by the way. But if we can figure that out for the student body, then we could change their whole academic calendar. And I have principals that are wanting to do this, but we just need the capacity to be geeks and run through the statistics. But who wants to do that, right? And then the mental health. I think the narrative change is the biggest thing. Yeah. If you know thyself, go through the journey. But if we can just change the narrative and the story we tell ourselves about productivity, about sadness, right? Depression's different. Depression is not sadness. It's a whole different ballgame. But sadness is everything. We all go through it. And it's a beautiful thing to sit in, right? Anxiety and fear. All of these things are great to sit in because you get to know your own capabilities. And then push yourself. So this is not an excuse to not clean your house, I know, or to be sad or to make bad decisions, because we still can push through if we're not optimal in that state. But it's nice to know that we're there. possibilities are endless. So how do we see and engage and act, right? This kilo, right? What's the question? I want to know how aina momona is possible within myself, within my family, within my friends, within my community, within my natural resources and my landscapes and my oceanscapes, right? How do I make that system? How do I support production in all of those places? But it has to lead to an action. So understanding cycles, optimizing success, right? And then what are we really setting out to do? And here's a missing link with a lot of us, because we get so caught in the trenches. We pop up. Here's an example, because I've been part of the language movement for a really long time. We have people that want to bring te reo back in Hawaii. But they are and they want every family to do it. But because they're so judgmental, all the families don't want to do it. Are they really accomplishing what they want? Think about it, right? We want la hui for us in Hawaii, nation building. But we're so caught up in what my friend calls the opposite of indigenous citizenry, right? Indigenous citizenry is active and inclusive. You weren't born into indigenous citizenry. You were actively engaged and contributed it. And if you contributed, you were part of that citizenship and you were included. Passive, Western citizenry, is passive, exclusive. You just got to be born there. You don't have to do anything to be a part of the citizenship. And then they create exclusivity. And I find our people do that a lot. Yeah? We want to build la hui, but we create this, only if you come from this place, or only if you have this whakapapa, only if you have, we create these little exclusive boxes. But they don't have to earn it. Are we really doing what we wanted to do? What narrative do I have? Whose story am I telling? And what narratives am I listening to? I think that's all. I'm not sure. So, ku'umo'o olelo, our huli'ia, it's just these journeys to help facilitate a conversation between you and huli'ia, your place, someone else's place, with each other, right? To go into that action. Now, how does that inform how we act and the stories that we tell ourselves and the stories that we listen to? And then the mo'olelo one, how do we know ourselves? And how do we reset and recalibrate? So I have some moon journals. I brought a suitcase full of them. If anyone's interested, they're right there. Patty has them. If you're interested, please, we'll go over there after. I think that's all. Sorry, I'm like stuck on this. But yeah, that's us. Thank you. Have any questions, comments? Oh, that's a record. Yes. Yeah. I talk plenty, that's why. So, any questions? Yes.
Coming, Papa.
Oh.
I've been Hawaii many times.
Mm-hmm.
But your mahi, it seems to me you've done a lot of work. How is it affecting the real indigenous Hawaiians, or maybe you can't say that, but the Hawaiians in maybe becoming indigenous again and becoming more Hawaiian again? Because it's not, because we are the same.
Yes.
Our kids, most of our kids can't speak Aoreo. So I'm just curious. I like what you're doing, but how is that affecting the new generation in your country?
So, like all of you know, it's overwhelming because there's so many communities. Mahalo for that, Uncle. I've had the privilege of working with, even though I work in the university system, I work with a lot of our schools and communities. So there's a lot of initiatives within communities. The really, really cool part about it is most of our communities have it. The narrative that they've been taught tells them they don't, so they believe it. So first is a narrative shift. The other cool thing about Huli'ia, that seasonal tracking, is we've done it with Ha'ena community for about 8 years now, in and out, because it's hard to get everybody to sit, right? Because they're busy. Everybody's busy, right? They're doing fisheries management, they're restoring the watershed, they're doing all this work. So to get them to sit for 1 hour every month is hard. And it shouldn't be, but it is. But when we assess them, because we threw a whole bunch of different kinds of tools, gonad research, fishing logs, et cetera, when we asked them, out of all the tools you used, assess each one, and they actually rated the Huli'ia one really good because they liked the conversation. And they were able to contribute with it without feeling less than. So I know that, and again, capacity. So the communities that we work with love it because it gets them to engage. And again, really stressing the data is really important, but the journey for me is more important, right? So we know it has effect and it impacts our local communities. And then I laugh about it. I call it abusing children. I get to abuse children every week. I work with a few of our local schools. And and it's based so in small ways, and then the more and the more. So it's making its impact. I think for some people it's not fast enough. But one lesson in my experience is that slow. I appreciate, when I was younger, slow was frustrating. Now I appreciate slow and steady. And I actually learned it from Mangaya, working with the Arongamana there. So that's slow and steady. And it's amazing what happens in 10 years. Like I said, 5 years ago, that healthy, what healthy picture? 5 years ago, everybody was March. Within 5 years, everybody's like, everything, right? So in 5 years, if you're okay with 5-year leaps and bounds. 10 years ago, kilo was not even mentioned. Relationships weren't even mentioned. Now it's in every single conversation. So if you're okay with 5 to 10 years, and I know we're getting kind of like it's feeling a little, yeah. It can be like, oh no, we don't have 5 to 10 years, but it's long leaps like that. Yeah. Thanks. Any other comments, questions?
Kia ora. I'm just trying to form it a bit, but it's in relation to landlessness and our guardianship as Indigenous over our lands, and observation and caring for. How much do you think landlessness contributes towards our reluctance as Indigenous people to be kaitiaki over our whenua?
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to answer this completely, but I'm going to try. So outside of this, I do a lot of research on the shoreline, our fisheries management and watershed management. And we flipped how we did research. We're looking at the OP fishery. And first we were just counting and everything, right? And then we stumbled on this, like we threw everything away and started from scratch again in our inquiry. And what we started to look at talk about us through OPH, through the production and optimizing production, was we have primary drivers and we have secondary drivers. And that model just goes to everything that we talk about. Family health, primary drivers, secondary drivers. So primary drivers for OPH are habitat, home, and food, and security, primary drivers. So OPH, you need rock, ocean. Secondary drivers, wave action, engagement with the ocean, and weather. Shade, salinity, there's all these secondaries. If you could take that to our people. So right now, Huli'ia, and this is where relationships come in. If they're landless, they don't have their primaries. So Huli'ia as a secondary driver won't have the effect until that is addressed. But we can still work on it, because some OPH, no, they don't exist in places without the primaries. So you know what I mean? So it's really, really hard. I can't give you if that's kind of an answer. It's like the landlessness is huge, but again, it's a narrative. Do we need to stop becoming productive because we don't own the land that we've never owned through all time? We never owned it. It wasn't titled under our name. Think about it. Narratives. I don't need to own the undeveloped land next to my lo'i to tend to it. I just go tend to it because that's my relationship. I don't need to own it. I don't need my kids to own it. As long as I have access. Access is another issue. But again, right, what's the narrative? We are landless in some ways, but we're really not in some other ways. But what is the narrative? Right? At home, we have a lot of state government lands that were ceded from our original monarchy. But we never owned it before. But Hawaiians now are like, oh, if I don't get the land, then I'm not going to work it and clear it. I'm just like, shut up. Just go do it. Like, what's the issue here? You want to work on the land or you don't? The state just gave you a license to do it. But now you're telling me if my name's not on the title, I'm not going to take care of it? Oh, you don't want to do it. You just want land. And now you're just being American. Sorry, that's, don't tell them I said that. No. You can tell them I said that. I don't care. Yeah. Am I being recorded? No. Does that help a little? I don't.
That was one of the biggest thing is access.
Mm-hmm.
Access, and then the threat of you doing all of these things for the whenua to revitalise the awa and the land, and then councils coming through and just absolutely undoing all of that work.
Yeah.
That's the biggest issue.
No, it's real.
Yeah.
Struggle is real, but I think also, I don't know about here, like, because you guys have come like Wanganui, right? It's not the beautiful, it's a beautiful model. It's not being implemented beautifully.
Everything's
Theory, which is great, because we got to start somewhere, right? Mana'o lana into mana'o i'o. But it's a great model to start on, right? Why don't we personify our rivers and start acting on their behalf? But then we got to change the narrative, because we're sometimes horrible parents. Like, I messed up 3 children, probably more. Right? So, but I like those drivers, I think, are super important. And it's taught me a lot, right? If we can secure habitat for our families, they don't have to own it, but have some security there. If we can secure food, the feeding, like a meal, now we can add the secondaries. Doesn't mean we can't add it, but it's not going to be the punch that we need. But again, change the narrative. I encourage you to change that narrative, because we can start on this healing journey without getting the title under our name. We can, or are we going to wait? Are we going to wait for them to, like, I'm sorry, Hawaii, we stole your kingdom, here you go? That's never going to happen. Never going to happen. And right now, we're not ready for that, because we don't know how to tend to our own place, because we lost practice. Right? We have 200 years of impact. We're not learning overnight how to do that. So we got to work our way there. So we can start to do that, but we need title. Like, what are the narratives?
Tēnā tātou. Ka rongo. Koina te wā, ko pau te wā ia tātou. That's all the time we have for questions and answers, but Palika is going to be around all day, whānau. And all night, because there's karaoke happening tonight. So feel free to sidle up to her and ask all your questions in a more intimate space if you prefer. But kariro māku te honore te tukumihi atu ki a koe, e ku'utita, mahalo nui a oe. I have the honor of calling this wahine a dear friend, and when she agreed to come and spend time with us, all the cocky, happy vibes in our house.
You know what window I was in, right?
Because we know that where Palika comes, she brings so much mana and so much kaha and so much passion and commitment. She's also going to go diving for us, get some paua. She's a water woman, she's an aina baby, she's a navigator, she's a mama, she's a community leader, she's humble in her brilliance, and it's an absolute honor to know you and to share time and space with you. And thank you so much for sharing your mana'o with us. It's always an honor, mai tita. A little bit of housekeeping, so we don't have a stampede. Because Lion King Reo Māori, we know what happens when there's a stampede, whānau. Palika has very kindly bought some copies of her journal as makana for you very lucky folk who've come. please don't take one for Christmas presents for friends and things. He koha kia koutou I whai wā ki te taimai āti nana nei. I purposefully didn't say come to this session because there's some goodies. So lucky you chose the right session this morning. Did you want to share anything about the journals, Mai Tita, your organization?
No, we can do this again. If it's hard to get them here in this country, so I just had to bring a suitcase of it. But you guys have other names for the moons, but it's just that framework. I think it's powerful to take it out of the Gregorian and consolidate it and encourage people to explore their own story and their own narrative and their own storytellers. And that's the purpose of that. So if in any way we can help support that journey for our people.
Mahalo. As an obsessive journal buyer, I'm so excited to get into this journal. And please accept the makana and acknowledge the people whom it came from. We can share contacts with Palika if you really are wanting to find ways to connect and to continue to work together. So mahalo nui. Read the program, kari moana. Okay, I now get to inform you. We have 15 minutes of transition time, e te whānau? Do I sound like a flight attendant? Yeah? They won't hire me on Air New Zealand, or maybe they will now. We're allowed to wear moko kauai on our flights. Session 2 is going to begin at 10 a.m. Reminding everybody that there's 3 separate sessions. I'm totally not biased, but this is totally the coolest room. But if you want to go to another room, we have Meretini Bennett Huxtable will be in Ngaio Marsh. Malia Ki Papa, the one and only, will be in this room, and Apanui Skipper will be upstairs in Bentley's. So that session is due to begin at 10 a.m. Ngā mihi nui.
Not one day that you are here has been promised to you. So make the most of every day as if it was your last.
this town is buildings closed and windows are boarded. I think about you. When I hear a door slam in the wind and the glass on the mat says welcome, I think about you, sitting inside my head, laughing at what I said. Come on, baby, let's have another toast. You might think I'm dead, laughing at my expense. Let's fill the cup, let's wash away the ghost. In this ghost town where we live, there's a wanted poster of you on every corner. She keeps asking me who's that and what's her name. But I choke on every letter, the glass flies off the table. I keep telling her I ain't the one to blame. Sitting inside my head, laughing at what I said. Come on, baby, let's have another toast. You might think I'm dead, laughing at my expense. Let's fill the cup and let's wash away the ghost. I left when I was gone. I didn't feel a thing. I didn't think you'd haunt me this long after. But the buildings crumble down as I run from the town. I hear you breathe and I listen to your laughter. Sitting inside my head, laughing at what I said. Come on, baby, let's have another toast. You might think I'm dead, laughing at my expense. Let's fill the cup and let's wash away the ghost. I walk around this town, there's buildings closed and windows unboarded. I think about you. When I hear a door slam in the wind and the glass on the mat says welcome, I think about you. I think about you, yeah. I'm thinking about you, baby. Thinking about you. Thinking about you, baby. Thinking about you, Thinking about you, baby. I think about you. I think about you, I think about you.
Kia ora te whānau. Tēnā koutou. Man, this is the hardest job, introducing people that cannot adequately ever be introduced. But I'll do my absolute best. Again, I'm feeling like very, very blessed because I have another one of our amazing friends who's agreed to come and share some more kōrero with us today. I'm going to go to the bio because I don't trust myself to give justice to Ki Papa. So I'm going to read the bio, yeah? So born and raised in the island of Hawaii, in the moku of Hilo, and in the ahupua'a of Waiakea, Malia grew up in a small Hawaiian homestead community, Keaukaha. Her life experiences growing up as a native Hawaiian in this community groomed her to understand sacrifice, hard work, and commitment. She's the second oldest of 6 girls, tātai mā, and being the first of her generation to have the opportunity to go to college, earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Studies and a Master of Science degree in Botany, Conservation. Her educational experiences and journey guided her back to her ancestral lands in the moku of Kona on Hawaii Island. One of her many interests is a kanaka Māori yearning to grow, learn, and at the same time, decolonize her mindset around Western education. It is her interest around the kaulana mahina in which she is able to stay grounded and bridge her ancestral ike. One moment, please. Through this applied cultural practice. As an effort to express and honor the ike of her kupuna, she will be sharing an example of the process developed to show how we she successfully incorporated the kaulana mahina and ike Hawaii into curriculum, which led to the design of a professional development course for teachers in the Hawaii public school system. I'm going to leave the rest for her to share with you so I don't take up her whole 50-minute session. But e te whānau, it's my absolute honor to introduce another amazing mana wahine aloha aina friend, Malia Ki Papa.
O kona nui aina la ua vela I ka la hae ie. Ua ke e ia e ka ua ka muo ka vau ke a. Pili na ke I ka la o kona. O ka haave pili ke gua. O ke ka maapili I ka wawai ne la ie. Na Aloha kako. Had to bring Kona in this room. Look kind of cloudy outside. Yeah, Kona is a very sunny, hot. Yeah, that's what we saw when we landed here in Christchurch on Saturday. So mahalo, Kadi, for that wonderful introduction. You know, I'm so honored to be here to represent my ohana Ki Papa. If we was back home, we would be in the moon phase of la'au kukahi. So I figure I go in alignment with what's happening in means of our lunar cycles back home in Hawaii Island. So the title of my talk is La'au Piha Poi Poi. So Piha Poi Poi is our full moon phases, and we're currently in second Anahulu. So how Roxy shared about our week, 10 days is 1 week. We are in the second week of our lunar month. Almost towards the end of it, so like the 18th moon cycle. So I'm just sharing, just so you folks know where within the Hawaiian Island chain. Oh wait, Mokuo Ke'ave, another name for Hawaii Island. We are one of the younger islands on the island chain. So, squeaky this. No, I'm sorry. Every time I'm moving, I hear sorry. I should keep still, yeah. Okay. So, the red dot kind of marks our place in the West Hawaii region of Hawaii Island or Mokuo Ke'ave. In Pahoehoe, the moku or the ahupua'a moku of Kona, which is a larger district, we get 5 mokus on our island. Kohala, Kona, Ka'u, Hilo, Puna, and Hamakua. Is that Kohala, Hamakua? Is that 5 or 6? I cannot think right now. Kala mai. But we are in the moku of Kona, in the ahupua of Pahoehoe, or a land division of Pahoehoe and Kahalu'u. So just to kind of give you guys an idea of where we're located within the islands. Here's a picture introducing my ohana Kipapa, on our ancestral lands of Pahoehoe, where we, in 2015, so I'm going to share this first example, because first I'm here representing my ohana and not actually the profession I work in and the organization I work in. But I'm doing like a duo, so I'm sharing about first how I applied Kaulana Mahina and Ike Hawaii into protocols of restoring ku'ula, or cultural, ku'ula are pohaku, or stones that draw fish. So it's like a fish aggregate. So this particular pohaku in 2015, our ohana was presented with an opportunity to restore this ku'ula. With no experience restoring ku'ula, no experience of understanding the restrictions as a wahine, because usually you think it's associated with kane, right? Like some men for lawai'a or fishing. But in this particular, with the expertise of people that we can speak to about these practices, because we don't necessarily can openly find information about this. So being resourceful in who I can ask for from experts around ceremony and restoration. So I had 2 particular individuals that was very instrumental in helping to build that noho papa, or foundation, for our ohana kipapa to restore a ku'ula, or a fishing stone that was actually being used as a stepping stone to get in the water. So Dr. Kalei Nu'uhiva was one of those experts that assisted in this protocol, creating the protocols, and kind of lining up and convincing my ohana, because they very Christian, Mormon, Catholic based. A lot of them, we've been disconnected for so many years that we forget, the Ike Hawaii, our kupuna Ike, that we don't necessarily practice regularly, so we're not accustomed as well. But inherently, it's within us, within our DNA. It's in our DNA make. So it's just tapping into that ancestral Ike that we need in order to holomua, to go through these cultural practices that we're not familiar with per se. But now we little bit getting ma'a, the word ma'a that Roxy brought up, about getting used to, being more accustomed to as we practice these kind of cultural practices. So in 2015, we were challenged to figure out how are we going to restore this ku'ula stone. So Kalei Nu'uhiva as well as Uncle Mahealani Pai were 2 individuals that were very instrumental in this this process for our family. And I mean, it was a process to get people to my ohana to not get hung up on the hang-ups, right? Questioning their faith, questioning their cultural practices, questioning their involvement in a process. So I guess the palu, your bait that you throw out. I had to bait my own ohana, and not in a conniving or in a way where it was misleading them, but it was just being practical, right? Okay, how do we restore this stone and honor our ancestors of these ancestral lands that we have kuleana for responsibility to take care of Ivi, because we do have burial sites within this ahupua'a as well. Um, and so I think that was that they invite, and I was so grateful that our ohana would just jump in. As you can see in this photo here, this is my ohana during the sunrise ceremony. So that pile of stones is what we started from sunrise to sunset. So we did the opening ceremony to Vehe and open the site and pale everyone. So cover everyone during this ceremony, right? So this ceremony actually started 2 days before we started this, where our ohana was able to practice the chants, practice where they were gonna be, how they was gonna behave in the space, right? Now everyone's under kapu. Kapu means you cannot, no drinking, no smoking, no, you gotta focus, right? Like Uncle Mahelani said, we gotta stay in the focus. And once we miss that focus, everything is not gonna go well, right? So we had to figure out, okay, now, this is okay. Talking about seasons, this is during 2015, during the spring, March equinox, Piko Akea. So this is the time we chose to do it, right? Because eco day, eco night hours, we like this be, the whole intention of equinox, right, is resetting our intentions, resetting our foundations. And so now we have taken the kuleana to restore this kuula that has fed our kupuna and has fed the generations prior to us and will feed us today. So in this ceremony, from the sunrise to the sunset ceremony, the moon in this slide was kukahi. Kulua was the next day. But this picture was taken that evening before we did the ceremony in the morning. The restoration of the kuula is right here behind me. We named the pohaku, because, us Hawaiians, we have to name everything, so we can mark the time and then give, mana and aloha to that space and to, yes, we just love to name everything. But Keone o Hui Hui, named after the old name of this space and place in Pahoehoe, which, interesting, when I was doing research, Hui Hui is also cluster, to gather, and then also Hui Hui could also be Pleiades or Makali'i, right? And so I kind of looked at it as Keone, there's a lot of sand. We call it magic sands, because during rough season and big wave season, there's no sand. It's all pohaku, and you would never know there's white sand there. And that's during the high surf season. When it's malie, it's full with white sand, this beach area here. But what I've noticed as I kilo, and I spend time in this space, is the fresh water, right? The puna wai in these spaces, you can tell in the change of temperature of water as well. So when I was going during COVID, I'm just gonna share this one column. I know I get the time. Is all the baby fishes gathered in this space when I was going and swimming in this area. So that tells me get fresh water in this space. The change of the temperature in the water getting cold is indicators of fresh water. The limu ele, the green limu on the pohaku, when the water is rough, is an indicator of fresh water. On this weekend, when we did the ceremony, we was welcomed by a kohola, and we did not know she was expecting. So during our ceremony, the weekend we set a couple. She came into the bay. And everybody's swimming and they get all excited and you get the lifeguard and they say, stay away from the whale. And so this well is just like in a lana state right there, like up to, like water up to your knees that you could walk up to, that she just was laying there just in this lana state. And we're like, oh my gosh, we're setting up the tents, getting ready, and we see this huge whale in the bay. And this is never, well, I shouldn't say never, but it's never happened in my time. And people have not shared stories about kohola coming into this bay. During the restoration of this kuula, she went hanao, she gave birth. But the beautiful part of it, and that was confirmation, nobody got hurt. Everybody, we from start to finish, from that last pohaku on the papale of this kahua, she went lele with her baby. So she went hanao in alignment with this kuula on this day during Piko Oakea. Roxy has shared that this could be a kaikapu, a space where these ancestral knowledge of these kohola, they come back to familiar spaces to hanao. So she mentioned to me, did you see any other wells? I was like, no, I didn't see any other wells. It was just this one, she said. Because the males kind of kiai, or they watch, but they stay low. So you wouldn't have been able to see them anyways. So apparently we had multiple whales outside that I couldn't see with my eye, but with that knowledge of what Roxy shared, but just the confirmation of one kohola, just giving birth, and then us being able to restore, from like babies up to kupuna when kokua with this work. My aunties, I'm not gonna ask them for lift pohaku, and we had some hammers, some tera bros that will lift some big pohaku for put this together. But, the babies, they grab the haka haka stone, the little stones to fill in, but was from keiki to kupuna. My aunties was the observers of this process and watching the magic happen, right? And so, this is an experience that I will never forget, and being part of this, and this is why, I mahalo our kupuna. I mahalo the people that I am able to network with to be able to do this kind of work, because I would never think I would be doing this kind of work, restoring kuula, in my time. But it's okay. That's part of our kuleana, yeah. When these challenges come or when these opportunities present themselves, we try to figure out the best way to handle this. Okay, now for my work. That was Ohana Ki Papa in Pahoehoe. Now moving to Kahalu'u, which is a few ahupua'as south of Pahoehoe, where my Ohana's aina is and where the ku'ula resides. This is a photo of, so I will acknowledge, Kia'i Aina Kuololoa is the program. It was actually a program, Kamehameha Schools. I do not represent Kamehameha Schools. I'm just a disclaimer. But Kia'i Aina Kuololoa is a program that was established with the advice and advisory of lineal descendants of this area. And Mahelani Pai, who's in this picture, and Leah, Rosmariak, and Madison, you can't see them because they're under Uncle's Opelunet. So this was taken last month when during our Kia'i Aina Kuololoa level 2 course. So Kia'i Aina Kuololoa, they're planning to sunset the program. We had to redesign it. In efforts to keep the program alive, because of the years that it served our community and our lineal descendants, in incorporating environmental stewardship and cultural practices. And so through the evolution of this program, it became a an educational, professional development for public school teachers within the Department of Education in the state of Hawaii. So We submitted a proposal, was approved, and this effort was to help teachers to understand their role, because a lot of teachers that aren't from that place but feel peely or connected to the place, but they just don't know how to build that relationship. So the intent of this redesign of this Kia Iaina Kololo program to make it into a professional development for teachers was to help with the retention program for teachers in the school system on Hawaii Island. That was the initial intent. As we developed the course, okay, I'll go back. As part of the development of this course, we actually built interest, right, from teachers wanting to do a second class, because we only was offering this level 1. And within this Kia Iaina Kololo class, we actually had to, during COVID, there was we had to make an adjustment to how we delivered, because now we cannot do it in person. But the good thing about it is we got to, you saw our island chain, right? I'm only one island. We was able to reach teachers throughout. We call this the Pai Aina. So the Pai Aina is the chain of islands within Hawaii, but we're the largest island. But we were able to reach more teachers, turning it into a virtual course. So this year, we're doing an Elua course, but this is the great part about seeing the fruits of this labor flourish, is that our alumni wrote the second level class for Kia Iaina Kololo. That this picture here, we have 10 teachers that's enrolled, and this is the first time that we can do in person since COVID hit, because we were doing virtual the last 2 years, which is really hard on our teachers. And I think the importance of this is being able to provide a platform for these teachers to be able to share their experiences, but also build their own foundations so that they get ma'a to the communities they're in and feel, but also with using kahalu'u as a platform, right? As an example of how we look at our role in our family, within the classroom, outside of the classroom, and incorporating environmental stewardship around the kaulana mahina. And so I'm going to go through the process now. How much time I get, Cuddy? I go make fast. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I will teach you guys one song after. Okay, so going through the process. So this was the second. So the first example I used for my ohana on how I used this and applied it to my own personal ohana kuleana with restoration of ku'ula or fishing stones. Again, attracts fish, right? We believe that these pohaku or landmarks of this stone that attracts fish for feed our ohana. That's a ku'ula. Oh, and I forgot to mention, under the ku'ula, we have a pohaku hina. So it's a female stone. It's relatively more flat versus the more upright stone like the ku'ula. We named her Kaupehe, after our tutu Kaupehe, or our kupuna Kaupehe, who that was part of her iliaina. She is my great-great-great-grandmother, the mother of Kipapa. So we named the stone that ku'ula ke one o hui hui sits on after our tutu Kaupehe. So Kaupehe is her name. She's a nui stone. Took about 20 of us for carry the ku'ula and almost the same amount for the hina stone. But he just sat perfectly on her, you know. And the previous slide I showed with the limukala, that was the lei that we offered before we went sit the ku'ula on that. And we also had the kala fish. Okay, So this is my second example of how I'm going to go through the process on how we incorporated the Kaulana Mahina and Ike Hawaii in developing the curriculum for our Kia'i Aina Kololoa program. So engage, move, adjust with the Mahina. It's important for us to utilize the moon phase, lunar months, and the birthing moon cycles to create curriculum that will align with the time, season, and based on Ike Hawaii and the Kalana Mahina lunar months and the seasons. So we have two, wet or dry. Everywhere is different within our Pai'aina. People sometimes have 4 seasons. Konaino definitely had 4 seasons they identified. But we're going to go with the 2 seasons, the more general, which is Ho'ilo and Kau. That is our wet season, which we are in now. And then Kau, our dry season. And through this process of developing the curriculum, we used a method of Papaku Makavalu as part of our method in developing the curriculum. So Papaku Makavalu was actually Edith Kanakaole Foundation actually reintroduced this perspective of how we look at our environment and how we look at different papas to help organize ourselves within the larger scheme of our environment. So Papa Kumakavalu is separated into 3 different papas. It's in our cosmology chant, Kumulipo, the Kumulipo. The 3 papas is Papa Hulilani, which is all of our atmospheric spaces. So anything above our head is Papa Hulilani, includes the stars and not limited to, but the stars, the sun, the moon, wind. We get Papa Huli Honua, which we get plenty of action going on right now in Hawaii Island with our Pele, with Mauna Loa going off right now. Papa Huli Honua, so the earth, right? The earthly spaces. And then the group that we all fall in, Papa Hanau Moku. This is anything that can procreate or give birth, right? So those are the 3 different papa that our kupuna use to categorize our world, part of our worldview on how we look at the environment and ourselves, and then see the overlapping, right? That we are codependent on each other, well, us more so on our environment and everything around us, right? And so we utilize this process to deconstruct and reconstruct what we're trying to learn from this. So this is an example of, you okay? Oh, I got excited, yeah. Everything okay? Oh, okay. Color my. Okay. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see that. So looking at the deconstructing and reconstructing. So this is how we kind of lay out our curriculum development is Owai Kamalama. Right now in Hawaii, according to my calibrated lunar calendar, because we're following not the Gregorian calendar, but we kind of try to, as close as we can, to try and help our teachers to understand that we're looking at time just as the Gregorian calendar is, but the elemental form that we're looking at is the Mahina versus the La, Kane Ho'olani, we look at the sun rise, set. That is the Gregorian calendar that a lot of people are more accustomed to. But we tell them the only difference between the 2 is the elemental forms that we're using to measure time. So the Kaulana Mahina uses the moon, and the Gregorian calendar uses the sun to tell time. So Makali is currently our lunar month. we are in Ho'oilo, our wet season. Owai ka mahina la'au kukahi. Owai ka mahina hanau. So I'm citing poi poi and kepelino. So we also look at, so owai ka malama, what is the lunar month? Owai ka mahina, what is the lunar phase or the moon phase of the date that we pick for our classes. And so this is how we are deconstructing, right? What's the malama? What's the mahina? What is the characteristics of those that are born in this moon phase during this time? Citing poi poi and kepelino. So, makali'i. Makali'i is the lunar month. I don't have my notes. Makali'i is actually the lunar month, so between November, December. This month is usually when we have all of our, the ocean is active. We have, well, now our other ocean is active, is our, our land ocean, the Pele, is currently activated. So during this time, Makali'i, the rising of Makali'i, or Pleiades in the east, as we kind of use that star constellation to guide the way we make decisions in our following year during a ceremony that I will mention in the next slides. A lot of fish activity in the water, super active because of everything going on. We have kohola during this lunar month that are visiting and birthing and traversing in our ocean. The mano are pretty active as well. One of the plants that kind of inform us on these, the activity of our mano or shark is our, oh, what is that plant? Wili wili. When the flower is blooming, the nahuya, the shark is biting or more aggressive in the water. So we look at these land forms on land that inform us what's happening in our oceans. That's just one example, but the mano are pretty active right now in our oceans in Kona specifically. Owai ka mahina la'au kukahi. La'au kukahi just means vegetation, trees. This is a good time for fishing fairly because of the moon and the tides and how the moon influences, right, the tides. So the moon you can see up in the sky in the morning because it's a late setting. So we will probably be seeing it in the sky in the morning. It's the 18th moon phase in the lunar month. It's in the second anahulu, piha poi poi, or full moon phases. And at this point, it's starting to wane. So we're going into our waning phases. Owai ka mahina hanau. A child who is born during this moon phase will be a fearless warrior who is strong in mind and body with limbs as strong as trees. Poi poi. A person born today will be a scholar and thrive to understand new things. Kepelino. All la'au nights are reserved for gathering of medicinal plants, or la'au, by the kahuna la'au lapa'au. So this is just a few examples by Kepelino and Poi Poi, who are Hawaiian scholars that we recognize as Hawaiian scholars, and this is some of the mana'o that they've shared about children that are born during this particular moon phase of la'au kukahi, or la'au moons. Kuopola. So as we develop the curriculum with the teachers, that's one part, looking at the malama, looking at the mahina, looking at the birthing characteristics of those born within that moon phase. But then we start to look at, okay, where are we in our seasons? On the site from the previous picture of Uncle Mahelani throwing the net over. So he threw the net over. The lesson of throwing the net over the teachers was, this is the practice of my kupuna. This is what I was taught. My papa, his father, his dad, told them, stand over there. And he threw the net over them because he wanted to explain to them, now you know how the fish feel when you're throwing your net in the water. Knowing what you're going to catch and eat, right? Understanding how they're, interacting with those po'e or those i'a in that space of what you're harvesting, right? So having that mana'o of like, oh, it's not coming from what I got out of throwing of the net. I said I was gonna take picture. I actually took a video of Uncle throwing the net over them. I was afraid that the lead was gonna hit my head, but but it was just hilarious because everybody was so like, they would trust Uncle. Nobody got hurt, but just like watching that transfer of information, right? That these teachers have the privilege of hearing this story, this mo'olelo, this practice that Uncle is imparting to them, right? There's so much happening at that point. But understanding the practice of how you malama your net, how you malama that resource that you depend on to mend your net or fix your net, right? So this is, speaking of the net, this is what we look at during Kuopola. So this is around the season of Kuopola ceremony or the feeding of the stars. I think your folks' practice here is Matariki practices, so we're opposite. So this Kuopola time, actually Kalei Nuhiva just started to bring this practice back of observing the rising of Makali'i or Pleiades in the east as they rise over. So this is a picture of my horizon, Hualalai. This is my mountain that we have to watch Pleiades in the distance as it's rising in the east. Making observations of how the star looks, the color, the constellation, the clusters, what star is really constant and bright, how is it interacting with our atmosphere, informs us on, as Victoria mentioned in her talk, is informing us on what's going to happen for our seasons, right? Is it going to be a wet season? Is it going to be a dry season? Roxy brought it up yesterday, is the observations that we made in this past Kuopola is that a lot of people are going to pass away, a lot of elders, which that sense of urgency, right, to pass and impart knowledge to us. Like, we need to be makaukau as those that is going to take over or planning to be the next watch, as Uncle Mahelani would say. So just as a heads up, yes, a lot of, and we've already been seeing a lot of our mommies pass away, in Hawaii. So just as a bima kaukau during this time. So Kuopola, we incorporate this ceremony because of the site that I helped to take care of. We have a lot of temples. We have about 6 temples on our property. One of them in which I'm standing on, the lower part of our Luakini Heao, which is a sacrificial Heao, and we're observing the rising of Makali'i during this time. During this ceremony, we're hoping to feed the stars so the stars feed us, right? And so in this practice of offering the coconut, the ava, and the pua'a for lono and ku, the switch over, right? We're changing over from ku to lono. And so the clashing of the ku, it's a kinolau of ku. And then pua'a, the pig, is a kinolau of lono. And so offering ava is always an appropriate offering for our akua. And so in this time, we do our pule and our chant, and then we sit and we observe the stars. This is when you see if we're going to have 12 lunar months or we're going to have 13. Are we going to add a lunar month? Like Victoria mentioned about leap years, right? We add a day in February. Well, in our Hawaii lunar calendars, we'll add in a whole lunar month. So a whole 30-day, one whole malama that we would add in. So this year we have 13 malama this year. And I think we're inserting it in March. But this is Kuopola, so we kind of talk to our teachers about the ceremony. This is practice during the month, or the malama, the lunar month of Ikua, during the Hua phase, the Hua moon phase. And that transition, right? So Hua into Akua. So Hua Akua. As the moon transfers over to Hua, it goes into Akua. So now we have these 2 Akua that is switching places now. And Lono and Kanaloa is now sharing this space together. Alapolihiva Kanaloa. So this is our winter season. I know you guys are in summer right now, but we have shorter days, longer nights. So to see the sun setting, like, well, I don't see the sun setting, but I know the sun is setting because it's going down somewhere. At 9:30 at night is unbelievable for me because the sun does not set that late during our solstices in the summer. Alapoliva kind maybe 7:30 at the latest, but never at like 9:30 at night. That's unbelievable. But we are in the south and it's different. But this ceremony, Alapoliva Kanaloa, or winter solstice, we within the window of the 19th, December 19th to maybe the 22nd, according to Kale, Nuuhiva. It takes the sun 4 days to move 1 degree. So during Alapola Hiva Kanaloa, so just, oh, you guys not looking at the same one as me. I'm so sorry. I'm clicking away at my computer. So sorry, you guys. You guys is looking at this slide how long? Nobody said anything. Like, what you talking about, Malia? Oh, where? You know why? Because I needed my notes. I had to use my computer. So I'm over here clicking away, and you guys not even looking at the same slide I stay talking about. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Okay. Holomoa, sorry. Kuapola. No wonder you guys. How come nobody said nothing? You see the star up there? Oh my God. Yikes. Kuapola. We are Ohana, yeah, in here. Yes. This is my mountain, Kuala Lai. That is the star constellation of Pleiades. I am so sorry, you folks. So again, Kuapola, one of the ceremonies around this time that we make observations of the rising of Pleiades, or Makali'i, which is our constellation that we are watching as it's in its ke'e stage as it's coming up, and then we observe how it's interacting with the atmosphere to make our forecasts for the year and what kind of seasons we're going to have. So this is being observed from Alua Kini Heao in Kona in Kahalu'u, where I work. And this is probably around 9 o'clock at night, 9:30 at night. And you can only observe it while it's in its ke'e state. So the sun and stars, we're turning, right? So we think they're going around us, but we're actually going around the stars. They're pretty consistent. We're kind of moving, but it looks like it's moving, right? So the stars, as it's rising, in a ke'e state means it's rising at an angle. So our sun and our moon, they kind of rise at an angle. That's what you call ke'e. So during that ke'e state is when we make our observations and forecast what kind of year we're going to have. So this is where we offer the pua'a, the pig, and we clash the 2 coconuts. Usually you get the soft coconuts. We've been there where the guys is like banging the coconut. And we're like, oh, I'm glad I'm not banging the coconuts. And so like the coconuts is supposed to crack in half. And then that is feeding the stars, right? So we're feeding the stars, right? Feeding the stars so the stars can feed us. It's that reciprocation. And then we observe the stars because every lunar month or malama is associated with a star in the sky. Every place geographically is different within our spaces. We're looking at the same stars, but we might not be seeing that other star that's supposed to be rising later than if I'm on the west side versus the east side. So, which is why a lot of districts have different names for the lunar month of Makali'i. Maybe they might be naming it something else because they're following the stars, right? And so the key to doing your observations during Ikua, during the Hua moon, is because Uncle Clay Berman said all the doodle stars is washed out and all you see is all the good important stars. Only at that particular moment you can see those stars in the sky that will tell you whether you're going to have 12 lunar months this year or you're going to have 13. And so I haven't become an expert to be able to read that. But Kalenu Uhiva, I'm waiting for her printer book so that we can read and learn. But yes, this is Kuapola. Kalama, you guys. Alapola hiva akana loa. Alapola hiva akana loa. So this is our winter time. This is on the platform Hapaiali'i. This is a heiau that we use to tell time. So reactivating these spaces, right, for us to make it relevant for us today. And so on this platform, or Panana, so Roxy's talk, Panana Collective. Panana, where are you observing from, right? Where is your space that you observe from? So on our Panana, on Hapaiali'i, we are observing the horizontal shift of the sun as it goes across our western horizon. Currently, it's moving south. So once in that window, we'll take 1 degree, right? For the sun to move 1 degree, it takes 4 days. So once it moves south, it starts to trek to the center of our hill. And then once it's that's spring, Piko Wakia, then the sun treks this way. And then it sets Alapoliva Kane, summer solstice. And then that's the furthest it reaches its our northern. Then it starts to trek across again. Then it hits during our September months, right? Piko Oakia again. So we get 2 equinoxes, and then it traverses back. So our sun is setting on these upright. Because, our kupuna, they were so brilliant, right? They put these reminders to remind us that, these markers is pretty consistent. It's not the sun not moving. Maybe the earth might shift a little bit, right? So we just move on for fix them, But we know the sun gonna always set on there. We know the star constellation is gonna set on that upright pohaku, or that ki'i pohaku, because we saw them, right? We seen it. We have generations of knowledge that tells us this. We today can speak to it because we practice the ceremonies on the hill 4 times a year to acknowledge the sun on these different particular seasons. And so I'm going to be up here when Uncle going to be doing ceremony on Hapaiali'i. So Hapaiali'i is our panana. That's our space where we observe the horizontal shift of the sun. Okay, so wrap them up. Let me change the slide. Oh my gosh, the challenges of doing 2. Sorry. So the Noho Papa, our Kaulana Mahina in our Ike Hawaii has been incorporated in this lesson plan by incorporating Makali'i as our lunar month, La'au Kukahi as our moon phase, Poipoi and Kepelino's birthing and characteristics related to the moon phase, the ceremony of Kuapola and Alapola Hiva Akanaloa, and looking at the environmental and seasonal indicators, which informs us on what is happening in the environment specific to Kona. So depending where you're at, this is how we would write it out in the lesson plan and for our teachers. Let's see. So my challenge to you, all of you, is how do you utilize the Maramataka or Kaulana Mahina? How do you utilize indigenous knowledge or Ike Hawaiian curriculum? And what can you learn from this example of how I use the Kaulana Mahina and Ike Kupuna? 2. So how much time I get?
Karongo Yaho. I probably have time for 2 quick questions, 1 long question.
Oh, okay.
He pātai wā koutou. Does anyone have any questions for Ki Papa? Oh, kare anō kia mutu. You still got your last slide.
No, that's the last slide.
Okay.
I just never turn them.
Okay.
Sorry. I was like looking at it, I was like, oh, that's the wrong slide. Kalamai, this is my last slide.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
She did promise us a song. And in our defense, I thought your mountain was behind the clouds, which is why when I was looking at it, you said, that's my mountain. I said, right on, behind the cloud.
What is behind the clouds?
Oh, your slide when you said that was my mountain. It's perfect. Yeah? We have time?
Yeah. For what?
Kelly's waiting for your song.
What? That's not a question.
Hold on.
You sing us a song?
What am I going to sing? I don't sing. I was joking. Huh?
Is there any songs you teach kids over there?
Oh,
The
yeah.
mahina one. You got
I
knuckers
don't
in the
teach-
room. Tell them
I
stand
don't
up.
teach kids. We train the trainers. Then the trainers goes and teach the kids. That was like. Oh gosh, sorry. So we teach them hey. So the string game that incorporates the oli and the chants in like numbers. I'm kind of out of practice because we've been so spoiled doing virtual. 2 years of doing virtual, we never need to do 'em with the teachers in person. But there's the kaulana mahina where you do the hand motions. I would need a partner.
Tiana started doing the hand motions at the back of the room.
Kama li'i ke ole I ka helu po. Muku ne, muku kama lama. Hilo ne, kau ka hoaka. E ha ku, e ha ole. Huna mohalu hua akua. Hoku mahelani kulu. E kolu la au, e kolu ole, e kolu kaloa. Kane, lono mauli muku. It's a hand, like paper, scissors, stone. Yeah. So it's like a hand motion thing with the kids that incorporates the moon phases. Does that count as a song? Okay. Okay, any more questions? Because we can wrap it up. You guys, no marshmallow game. No. We can eat snacks first. Let's go. Morning tea.
Quick question, just in regards to, we see today that you're not only representing yourself, but also Kipapa Ohana. So what's one of your favorite things about doing these kind of things and living this way with your Ohana? And why do you think that's important? Or can you kind of say that projection for you of why you do everything you do and spread yourself all over? What's the main, kind of push for you?
I think the reason why I continue to do this is one, I do it for work, but a lot of it I do for I'm just hungry for the knowledge. I never was raised around this kind of knowledge around Kaulana Mahina. I just recently started to learn more about it, and about ceremony and how we make it relevant for us today. And so Kuapola, for example, the last 4 years, in this process of acknowledging, right, our akua, and offering it's more than just that physical manifestation, but it's that manifestation of what we ask for, right? I know this is not a good example, but wishing on a star, right? We feeding the stars. But in that feeding the stars and engaging in this process and ceremony, you speak it as if, like Kale would say, you speak it as if it happened already. And that's the magic of our words, right? And what we say is gonna happen, which is what my motto guys always say. My mom would always say, watch your mouth. No say that. You don't speak that kind of things because in our words get mana. There's power in our words. And so I always think about that. It's not it's, your words won't hurt. It's only words, right? Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's a lie. I don't know who made up that stupid lie, but we grew up around that sayings. And then as you grow, and then you think about what my mom is saying, and she's like, say that. That's not nice. When you say that kind of stuff, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. And so now in my older years, as I think about these things of what we profess and what we say, as I continue to practice the ceremony, and actually doing it, right? And being on the Luakini Heiau, where, you know, a lot of our people are very hihia, or they don't feel comfortable. A lot of people don't feel comfortable. The majority does not feel comfortable going on a Luakini Heiau, because everybody's like, oh, watch out. But us being able to feel comfortable in a Hawaiian space and be Hawaiian in this space and actually bring back these practices, it's awakened a lot of parts of me that I never, we talk about ancestral Ike and DNA and our inherent, collective, because we are a sum total of our ancestors and our kupuna, whether we like it or not, right? We represent all of them because we are that sum total. So being able to tap into that to make sense of what we do today has been a big awakening for me as I participate in these ceremonies. And I'm still learning, but the biggest part and takeaway for specifically Kuapola, as we forecast our year and see what kind of year we're going to have, whether it's going to be a wet year, plenty of people going to die, we're going to have plenty earthly stuff. We actually didn't predict the pandemic, but we kind of was thinking, like, it was a global thing. We knew, like, something's going to impact the world. And it did. It impacted the world. Whether we knew it was going to come in the form of COVID, it happened. So that power of what we see and what we translate, right? And then looking at our list of things that we want to achieve in the year, but speak it and profess it as if it happened. So the manifesting what we want. That's why I always go back wishing on a star, right? But it's like not wishing on a star. We're feeding the stars, and therefore we are part of the stars. We are the stars, right? Ho'oho kukalani, our mo'okuauhau says that. Victoria confirmed that we have parts of us internally is made up of the material and stars, right? So, our genealogy is important and tells us a lot of things. So, yeah, mahalo for that question. Kuapola. I think Kuapola has been a big awakening for me during this recent years that I've been practicing and incorporating the Kaulana Mahina and Ike Hawaii. Okay. So, good. Mahalo. Mahalo. All of you guys have been a wonderful audience.
Oh, kia ora. Again, I get the best job, I think, of the day. I get to thank my beautiful friend for coming and being with us and sharing all that you are. And you bring with you your whole ohana, which is what I love. I love when we ask people to put their organization. This beautiful woman says ohana ki papa. Her organization is her family. And she lives it and she breathes it. And what I love is the connection between Aina doing the work, but also bringing in protocol, ceremony, and intention. And Malia does this effortlessly in everything she does. And I'm always in awe of all of these kanaka and everything they do in the spaces they malama, and the fact that they also come all the way to Aotearoa to share their experiences with us, because we're whānau, yeah? We're ohana. So we have so much to learn from you folks, and I hope that you go away too with some things to take back to share with your communities. So mahalo nui a oe, e ku'utita. Okay, we've now come to para manawa, because I know we're hungry. So morning tea will be served in Main Street. These doors will be open though, so there's half an hour for morning tea. Please feel free to sit outside if you want to. You can come back into any of the spaces and sit at the tables. And the next session will begin at 11:30. I have a quick pānui though. Unfortunately, one of our speakers who was going to be speaking in Bentley's, Dr. Lelemea Irvine is not feeling well today, so he's not going to be presenting There'll be no session in Bentley's this next round, which is wonderful because then everyone gets to choose from the other 2 spaces. After that session, the 3 spaces will be back on as normal. So half an hour for Paramanoa, and the next session kicks off 11:30. Mahalo nui, kia ora. Kia ora mai tātou katoa. Nau mai hoki mai ki te ruma o tī Kouka. Every session so far, I've struggled with the words to introduce the people that we have on stage, and this is no exception. In fact, lucky he's so good with his words because I don't need to give many at all, other than to say it's my absolute honor to introduce one of my papa, Papa Mike Tavioni. I also want to introduce my mama, Mama Afitia, who's sitting over there, always right beside Papa's side, supporting him in everything that he does. He mahi takitahi tēnei. They're a package deal, and we are so blessed that we get one, we get the whole ohana. Papa Mike is a storyteller, he is an artist, he is a creator, he is a carver, he's been a tattoo artist, he's been a printmaker, he's been an agriculturalist. There's not much that this Papa of ours has not done. And the beauty of Papa is that everybody that he meets, he has a gift of making you feel like you're the most important person in the room and that what you say matters. And that's a beautiful, special gift. So I'm not going to take up any more time introducing this man because it's impossible to introduce him. He's going to stand, and my favorite memory is Nanaya Mahuta came to his gallery. Papa did the welcome. The whole process he stood, and at the end he said, I decided to stand because I'm retaining my right to respond whenever I choose to. And that sums up Papa for me. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Papa Mike Tavioni.
Kia ora ana. I don't know about your kia ora, but my kia ora ana means may you continue to live. And we don't have good morning, good night. We say kia ora ana any time of the day. So we wish everybody to keep living every time we say hello. Now I'm already lost in my own writings. I'll find it, please bear with me. But my name is Michael Tavioni. When I woke up in the primary school and know my name, I was happy because I have a Pakeha name. And all the kids with Pakeha name seems to be part of the colonial crowd. We are higher than the Maori kids. I was proud of that. But when I grew up, I realized that my name was given to me, my ancestor, Takaia Taunga Opetini. He gave the missionaries, because he's the superior Taunga of the Ariki, the missionaries have to ask him to order the people to bring their atua, so-called, Papa's called them idols, which we don't call them idols, to be burnt. And in payment, my ancestor got given the gift of the name Michael William, and I'm the number 5 of the bastard's name. So, but luckily, I have my real name. In the register, my name is Ngata Mitaira Tetua Karo. Tetua Karo means God, and Karo means to take care. So since then, I've been trying to write that as my name, but Michael have stuck nobody knows who Te Tuakaro is. And my father's name, when I was school, is Tavioni. When I earned a scholarship to go to Kaikohe, to Northern College, my father's name is Tirangio Kiva, not Tavioni. Tavion seems to be a nickname. We don't know where it came from. So I'm stuck with two names that is a foreigner's name. My name now is Marco Tavion, but my real name is Te Tuakaro, the God that takes care. And my father's name is Te Rangini o Hiwa, which means the huge or enormous sky of blue. And I promised myself to stay away from Maramataka as much as I can. So let's talk about my name and my father's name. My name is almost like Archangel Michael, their job seems to be the same. So maybe I'm okay with the name. I was born in Parekura, which means Pare is hat and Kura is royalty. That's where my pito is buried. And Parekura is on the island of Rarotonga, and so Rarotonga is my awaiki. There's a big mistake by our Polynesian people trying to figure out what is Awaiki. Awaiki is simply a homeland. My homeland is Rarotonga. My father's Awaiki is Achu. His great-grandfather's Awaiki is Raiatea. So don't get confused with that term. Then we have Awaiki, Awaiki Nui. I don't know if you know that there is a race in Tahiti each year that goes, the racers have to race between 5 islands. And these islands is called Raiatea, Huahine, Ta'a, Bora Bora, and Maupiti. They call themselves Awaiki Nui. And why is that? Because we as Maori people are not pure in race. We pick up, we are Asian genes, we have Melanesian genes, and then it seems that when our migrating ancestors arrive in the Tahitian Islands, they consolidated and have a hybrid like us. And that Awaikinui, that big homeland, is the 5 islands, Raiatea, Huain, and so on. And that's why they named their annual race the Awaikinui. It's a canoe race, only between those 5 islands. When the Maoris start departing from the Waikinui, they are called Maori. Ma for clean and pure. Ori is to keep moving, discovering, and settling. But the Tahitians do not like to be called Maori. They maintain their name is Ma'ohi. Ma is clean and pure people. Ohi means to return or stay. So the Tahitian people are known as Ma'ohi because they stayed in the Awaikinui of the Polynesian people. I wrote over here, interrupt me with a question as I go along. Please do that. Don't wait until the end, all right? I'm gonna try and kill this 1 hour any way I can. So you interrupt me with your questions and I'll be happy. My father's name, as I mentioned before, is Derangni or Hiva, or Kiva, or Iva. They're all the same. A girl with a PhD gave me her paper in Rarotonga. She studied in New Zealand, and she says, I read it, and she said, Kiva is an ancestor. So I, what? Kiva, an ancestor? Who is he? Can you tell me who is Kiva? Where did he come from? Oh, he seems to be an ancestor. Oh, you get a PhD for calling him an ancestor? I said, what is that up there? He said, sky. Yeah. What's the name in Maori? Te rangi nui o Kiwa. And what's that out there? He said, the Moana. And what's it called? The Moana nui a Kiwa. Kiwa is simply blue. Kiwa kiwa means bluish. So when the ancestors traveled the biggest ocean in the world, across to America and back, and then westwards again, and there's Polynesians in Tikopia, Duff Island, Malaita, and many other islands outside of Papua New Guinea and the Solomons. There are Polynesian peoples there. So they did not only migrate eastwards, they also migrate down to Oikitautau over here, and then back westwards. So, as they travel, there's two things in common. One thing is the ocean, and the other thing is the sky. When you have a child, or when you think you discovered a mountain, you're the first one to see it, and you call it, say, Ikurangi. By naming it, you're claiming ownership of that. So our intelligent ancestors named the ocean the Moana Nui a Kiwa. The Kiwa determines the boundaries of their possession. As long as, while the Maori, the Polynesians are sailing and discovering new land and kept on sailing, they look ahead of their waka, and as long as it's blue, it's their possession. There was no Frenchman to counter that claim. There was no Englishman, and there was no Dutchman to counter claim or to counter the claim of the Polynesian people for the ownership of the monarchy of the ocean as their property. So the name blue determines the boundaries of that property. And it's the same with the sky. If it wasn't, why did they name the sky Tragini or Kiva as well? You have no questions? Oh, you no good. I'll switch back. Arapo to us is, Ara means to come awake, and Po is night. Arapo also is, Ara is a path or pathway, and Po is night. So that is what we call the phases of the moon and its influences on plants, fishing. And when it's the moon's effect on a person is too much, he became a lunatic. I don't want to dwell on Maramataka too long, but I'll give you a couple of things, because everybody knows Tangaroa ta'i, Tangaroa rua, roto te Tangaroa, turu, motu, everybody knows, no point in going there. When I was in Northern College in Kaikohe, I wrote to my dad, I said, I want to study art, The next letter was, he said, why are you stepping on my head? I disown you. I'm not your father anymore. Don't come back to my home. So he said, you choose. You choose to be an artist, don't come back. But I really want you to be a teacher or study law or study agriculture. So I don't want to be homeless, so I complied. I went to Mass University and studied agriculture. After 20 years or so, I said to my dad, you got half of my years of working. Now I want the rest back, given back to me. I'll do what I want. And he said, yes, okay, yes. And I found out that my father was right. When I was working for government, I get paycheck every payday. When I was an artist, I was lucky to get 2 pay a year. But I think I am the happiest man since then. So he would plant his garden, he plant his corn according to the face of the moon, and I plant mine, and I'm clever. I'm from Mass University. I got urea, ammonia, phosphate to put on my corn. And his corn, when it grew, was about less than 2 feet high, something like that. And mine was 6 feet high. But his crops were bigger than mine. And so I started to think, man, to hell with the our way of education. It doesn't work. So I just mentioned that to illustrate the effect or the good effect of listening to the Aitipuna and to the way they live their lives and using the moon phases and other elements that dictate how man should live. The other experience is I was working in one of the outer islands in the Cook Islands, and these people were playing. There were no movies there, no TV, no nothing, no electric light. And there was a kerosene lamp, and these people were playing cards. And I played, and they kicked me out because I don't know how to play. What? They can still hear me. I'll never do. And but about 10:30, after 10 o'clock at night, all the women got up. They were sitting on sacks and pick up their sacks, and they had a couple of lanterns, and they said, "Oh, time to go." And I noticed no men got up, only the women. So I said, "Where are you going?" And they says, "Oh, to go get some crayfish." I said, "Well, just like that?" And they said, "Yeah, just like that." And I said to the men, "Why aren't you getting up to help them?" "Oh, we don't want to do that. We want to pull in the marlin, we want to pull in the tuna, and that's fishing. And that's nothing." They didn't go. So I said, "Can I go?" So we got in. I remember we called that moon phase as the Kouka, which is just a line on the sky, line of the moon. I remember that. And it was about close to 11 o'clock at night. We stepped in the lagoon. The tide was below my knee, and the sea was coming in. And when we wandered a few meters into the water, I can see blue. Everywhere is blue. You don't see the coral anymore, no nothing, just blue. I said, "What's that color?" And they, "Are you stupid?" And then my eyes adjusted. It was the eyes of the crayfish. And they just went, step on one, put it in their bag. Now, I hear the other speakers, the kowhai flower at different times, and maybe the white bait miss their streams and don't come at all. I don't know. But I wondered if I do the same thing again on the same island, the same night, will it be full of blue? I don't know. Is there any effect of the so-called climate change on how many crayfish come ashore at the right time, or maybe now the wrong time? So, in my opinion, instead of sitting in the classroom, why don't our people go out and test those theories, those, not theories, they were real, test them again, and maybe readjust our way of thinking of Maramataka o Ta'arapo. Maybe now the crayfish don't come on the Kouka moon, it may come out maybe 4 nights after. No more Maramataka, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I talk about Awaiki, but what's this talk about Awaiki, po tango, Awaiki, so on and so on. But I think the important Awaiki is Awaiki Pamamao. Where would that be? In my mind, we have metaphors. We have magical stories. Like Maui came from Rarotonga on the canoe and brought his ancestors' jawbone and got tainoka from the beach and brought it with him to use as a line, and took somebody's ear and put it on the jawbone and fish up the North Island of the Cook Islands. This is my story, not yours. Okay. When I was 5 years old, 6 years old, I believe all the legends and metaphors and stories because they are magical. But is that all? Are they magical? Did Maui really fish up the North Island? No, it's bullshit. If you want to believe it, but and deep down you know it's bullshit. Nobody can fish up an island. Nobody. But if we look back at our race of people, they don't write their history. They incorporate their history in their stories. But to ensure that story is remembered, they make it magical. So that that piece of history is locked up in a story, a magical story, and the history does not disappear. For example, my ancestors, his name is not Maui. When he got to New Zealand, it's Maui. But he took his canoe from Maketu in Atiu, he sailed down, and he discovered New Zealand. And that's what's all. He didn't fish. He just came on a voyage. Maybe he even drifted. He don't know where he's going. But he discovered Aotearoa. And he came back, he said, look, I took mom's jawbone and took my auntie's ear and fish up an island. It's down there, Waikitoto down there. There's more land down there, so get on Takitumuwaka and go. So You see, our magical stories are not just to entertain our kids. It contains our history. Okay, let's talk about Aweki Pamamao. Aweki is homeland. Pa is a row of homelands, you know, like the pa here, one stick after another to make a pa. You know what a pa is? A row of timber buried in the ground. So Aweki pa is a row of homelands. And Mamao is the original or the last of, or the original homeland where we come from. So the question would be always been, where is Aweki pa Mamao? Thor Heyerdahl, the asshole, he thinks we were from America. So we drifted from America, he says. So he built a raft and landed in Nangiro, and he says, see, I've proven that you come from America. But you put an American Indian jawbone on a table, and you put a Polynesian jawbone on a table, one will rock, the other one won't, because they're not the same people. So the Waikipama Mountain is, where is it from? So let's look at Maui and the sun. You know, Maui and the sun is a Pacific mythology. It's not Hawaiian only, where it's Maui, you go up Haleakala and you see the stone where you hide when Maui hit and catch the sun. It's not only Maui's, not only Haleakala's Maui. Maui belongs to Manihiki as well, and to other Pacific islands. But that's the magic of the history in mythology, because that mythology is transported wherever our ancestors go, and so history is recorded. No questions yet? Can I have my glass of drink? Mahalo. Sorry. Well, I'm not really sorry, I don't care. Can somebody tell me what is the essence of Maui and the Sun story? Give you 60 seconds. Yeah? What? No, bullshit. What? I can't hear. Take your time. That's the cause of it. Maoris, they're worried because there's not enough sunlight. Isn't that the subject of the story? There was not enough time to try the kapa, to do the work, to plant the kumara. There was not enough time. And where are they staying? Why is it that they don't have enough time? Where were they? I've been told that we have Melanesian blood or genes, Indonesian, Central Asia, and maybe Chinese or Tibet or Mongolian genes. I think that have been proven. So if we think about the origin of our people, and the short daylight hours is a reason for creating a mythology, then it has to be in a temperate place. Maybe somewhere in China or somewhere where when in winter there's short daylight hours. So this character Maui said, I'll beat the sun, you go slowly, or I'll beat the shit out of you. But the sun don't obey. You know? And nobody in your right mind can weave a net from his grandmother's hair and then harness the sun and beat the sun with a piece of stick and tell the sun to go slowly. You'll be a fool to believe that story. But I believed it when I was 5, 6 years old. I believe it. I still believe it. It's magical. It's my story. It's my people's story. I'm proud of it. But you need to really look into the story. What's it talking about? It's talking about time. So in order to cut it short, in order to get 12 hours daylight, all the Maui used to do is turn his back to the snow and walk down to the tropics. And he gets his 12 hours daylight. And so you need to figure out what our ancestors have done to their history by digging into their story, their legends, and their mythology. What is the essence of each of those stories? They can't write their history, so they have to store it in somehow. And when I was young, I believed all those stories. And that was the trick, to make the stories magical so that the children and the generations to come will remember the story and hopefully find out the piece of history that's in it. What else I've written? I just have one word on each page. And so we talk about Kiva. I hope I've convinced you to come my way of thinking, because Eva is not a man. Eva is simply blue. And if you want to debate that, then tell the ancestors they're stupid. Why they call the Mona Nui Kiva and why they call the sky Kiva, but they're not stupid, because they're both blue. So the missionaries came, and my ancestor, Takaya Taunga Korero, gave the order for the so-called idols, gods, and paganism, and all that the Pakya tried to tell our people. So I know there are a lot of Atuas by different names in different Polynesian societies. But we need to know which category that God belongs to. We have, I don't know, maybe we should, most of us, we agree that we have a singular God called Io, and a phrase behind it, Metuokore, which means no parents. Io is his name, and he have no parents. And traditionally, nobody talks about his name. Nobody makes an image of him. And none have been made. But then you come down to the Pa'atua, which means the row of gods. And where do they fit in? Like the Christians believe, and whoever that you have a singular God, then you have archangels. And that is where our Pa'atua fits in. That's where Tangaro, Tani, and Rongo, and other gods fit in that category. So then we have thousands of gods by other names. And they are personal gods, or iwi gods, or family. And these fall under the category of Taura Atua in my culture. It's Taura Atua. Taura means court of union, and Atua is God. So Taura Atua is the God, the rope, or the court of union to the divine. So that seems like the Catholic saints, doesn't it? So a lot of our gods are just saints. They're not gods as the Pākehā has tried to tell us. We do not address our singular God directly. So, my ancestors tell me, you don't even mention his name or make an image of him, but you can make one of the Pātua of Tangaroa and them, but you can make 10 for yourself. I don't know what Taura Atua is in Aotearoa. Maybe it's Kaitiaki, I don't know. I don't know where it fits in, what is your term. But my ancestor woman have a Taura Atua called Ngani o Te Paku. And my ancestor man have a Taura Atua, which is like a saint, that he made as to take care of his marae, and his name is Tangia Nui. And that Tangia Nui is, Tina, can I have the book? And that Tangia Nui is now in the British Museum, and I want them to give it back. The marae from which, and the other one, the marae from which the tiki was taken is still there. And the marae also is called Tangia Nui. So those are the gods that fall. Even the husband have his own Taura Atua, his wife have her own as well. So, but these are Atuas we mistake as real gods or archangels or the major god. The major god have never, to my knowledge, nobody have made an image to Io, but always to the department of gods, like Tangaroa and thing, or to your family saints or your personal saints. This is a book I wrote, but I just want to show you. Bear with me. Maybe I'll send it around for you to have a look later. See, that is Tangaroa. That's a departmental god. And this is Tangia Nui. It's in the British Museum, and that's my ancestors' god. It's made from tamanu and senet feathers, and they say it's their property. Funny. So in my note, I put words in, and I just happened to see the word Atua here, so I'm talking about that. And I have Kiva here, I've talked about that too. And I think we just finished. Have we finished Awaiki yet? No. Anyway, in my mind, Awaiki Pāmamao is the original homeland. And that homeland is where the short daylight hours started. And that's Maui and the sun's precious container of our ancestors that left their history in, and they call it Maui catching the sun. I've just written this book. I just got a few copies, but it's, I think it's sitting somewhere in the printer in Wellington or somewhere. I don't think, maybe they won't give it because I haven't paid for it yet. But it's about Rapa Nui. In 1956, 55, I was 9.5 years old. And I was on the island of Achu, where my father goes every now and then to attend the land courts so he can claim the land that belongs to his ancestors. And boat, we were, as kids, in that island, or in our islands, you were supposed to contribute to the table, the dining table. So even at the early ages, we are required to go dig the taro or fish or whatever. In this case, it was early morning before sunrise. I accompanied my uncle to the shore to fish on the reef with bamboo rods. And there were more people there. When we arrived, there were fires on the raised coral where fishermen who's been out all night were cooking some fish to eat before they go home. And it was still dark, not dark, but there was no sunlight. And when we were fishing, somebody called out, there is a boat out there. And we all looked, there's no boat. But we thought it was a ship, he called ship. But it wasn't a ship, it was a boat. 18-meter boat. Later I found out that the boat belongs to the Williamson Balfour Company, which is a Scottish company, that was stolen by 5 Rapa Nui men and escaped from Rapa Nui. And when we were on 30 feet up on the coral, looking down in the canoe, in the boat, I noticed 2 people were dead, and there were 3 still moving. But once I saw that the 2 dead people were not dead, they're just going to die. They were not dead. And I noticed there were a lot of sheepskin in the boat, and that's all I could remember. The island people, the colonial men there, Papaka men, want to put these dead people or almost dying people into jail because they have no documents. And one of the Ariki stood up and said, "This is my island." No. So the people took these men to his home and where they stayed until they were well enough to go to the main island where I come from, Rarotonga, to try and get back to Chile. But that was, I forgot about that until about 5 years ago. Someone came and he was having coffee at the airport waiting for his plane. Am I boring you? Am I out of line? Anyway, I sat with him. He spoke Rapa Nui to me, but I speak Tahitian fluently. So we were able to converse. And then I asked, "Why did you come here?" He said, "Oh, to look for information about his dad." I said, "Who's your dad?" He said, "Oh, he drifted from Rapa Nui in 1955. I said, "Oh, yeah, that's right. There were 5 of them, and 2 of them were almost dead." Then he had a shock. He says, "How do you know?" I said, "Well, I was there." And then the friendship grew, and then more family came to Rarotonga. Then I met the son, and he was passionate about Maori culture and history. So we talked, and he said, "Why don't you write a book?" I said, "I can't, I don't know enough." He said, "Yeah, you have enough. Let's add to it." And so we collaborated. So he went back to Chile and then back to Rapa Nui. Anyway, he collected documents written in French and Spanish, and I managed to get them translated. And in the end, I managed to write this book. It's called Escaping West to Reach the Sunrise. And this is a hole made by palm trees that when major volcanic took place in Rapa Nui, all the vegetation was killed and covered by lava. And this is one of those tunnels about that big where a palm tree used to be locked up in it and maybe burnt. And that palm tree is related to the ones that's growing in Arizona now, not coconut palms. And in the process of writing the book, I come across academics, scientists writing about the Rapani people killing each other and eating each other, hence the decimation of their population. And a lot of them say, in order to move those big moai, those big stone statues, the Rapani people have to chop all the trees on the island in order to use them as rollers to move them. And I realized, firstly, Roggeveen, a Dutch admiral, 1722, arrived in Rapani accidentally. And because he only see animals on the island, not human beings, he didn't see the Rapani as human beings, he saw them as animals. Then he said, okay, I'm the first one to discover this island, I'll call it Easter Island, after the day he arrived there. He had no regard for whether these are human or not, they don't care. He had 3 ships, and he had 100 soldiers on each ship. He got 300 of them on the shore, and I got his journal. He wrote, there were no women, there were no kids. The men have eaten them somewhere else because they're afraid of them being, I don't know. And then he wrote, I don't like the look of these men, so I ordered my men to shoot. So, and then he wrote, I don't know how many I killed, how many Israelis I killed, and I don't know how many wriggling on the ground, wounded. So that's the first time the East Island where its population started to diminish. But he estimated that islanders there at the time to be over 3,000 people in his journal. 1772, Captain Cook arrived. He made the same estimate as well over 3,000 people. So there's no cannibalism between those periods, that var. But he didn't write how many he killed. This Englishman hid that. It is not in his journal. Later, some of the Italians were taken as workers on whaling ships by the Americans. In 1860, almost the entire population was taken to Chinchua Island off Peru and in Peru to work as slaves. And 8 years after, only 2 of them returned, bringing the smallpox with them, and killed more of the remnants of the people of East Island. In the same year, a Catholic priest from Tahiti arrived and brought leprosy and killed another 10% of the East Island people. So these intelligent people that intrude into the island of, they will go to this island and pretend to know the place and write lies like, oh, they were hungry, there were no food on the island, and they killed each other. But they failed to realize that on the artifacts of the East Islanders and the carved rocks mostly feature marine life. They carve tuna on the rock, they carve birds that they eat in season, they carve turtle, they didn't carve apples or potatoes. They did not. They carved the thing, because the Polynesian people are the Moana people. They're not land people, not necessarily. Am I finished? Why you come here? So this book branched out from writing about the 5 men to discrediting the clever people, scientists, academics, and anthropologists. And I think I have proven that they are all liars. Before I finish, I'm forced to finish, and yet I was worried about what to say. How do I kill the 1 hour? But now it's gone. I want 2 more hours. In the front of my Rapani book, I wrote officially, I don't care if I go beyond 5 minutes. In this is a book on our Kouka images. I extracted this chapter from my master's degree, one chapter, to make this book. Because I don't want to end up like the Samoans, where their pair is being copied by Nike, and there's a battle in court now, who owns the design pair. So because of that, I want to document everything, image that belongs to the Cook Islands in a book form as a way of claiming ownership. And that's what I wrote. But I'm not anti-Papa'a or Pakea. I am pro-Maori. So don't mistake me. There's a piece here called Afterword. The use of Nukutere in my book is a provisional name, my provisional name for the Cook Islands. Captain Cook never landed on any of the Cook Islands. And although he navigated over waters and saw our waters and saw our islands, he never left his name. It was a Russian map maker who gave the name Cook Islands, and I do not approve. Instead, I offer a Maori word, nuku, which means a group of people or tribe. Tere is to move. Our ancestors voyaged from Asia, prove me wrong, to South America, or to America. Today, our people still continue to move, traveling to and from our shores. So I think Nukutere is a fitting name for my country, for my islands. And all the books I'm writing have Nukutere instead of Cook Islands. The second last thing I'm going to talk about is about the Rapa Nui issue. I called it the Great Lie. The people of Te Pito o Te Henua, which is the original name of Easter Island, died by the hands of foreigners and foreign diseases. They were not cannibals, as many foreign anthropologists tried to convince the world. It has also been supposed that the island's palms and other trees were cut down and used by indigenous people of Te Pito Te Inua as rollers to move giant moai, which is the stone carvings, to their places of station. But this is not true either. The big trees have already been wiped out by the last volcanic eruption on the island. This happened before the arrival of the Maori people, Maori or Polynesian people, to Rapa Nui or Te Pito o Te Henua, and before the carving of the giant moai statues. The decimation of natural resources is a Western practice, not Polynesian. The Maori and Polynesian people have practiced conservation and preservation of natural resources for thousands of years. The people of Rapa Nui lived comfortably on the island from the time they discovered and settled it. The killing of these honorable people began when the Dutch Admiral Jacob Roggeveen accidentally arrived in 1722. There was no cannibalism, and there was no physical destruction of palm trees or any other trees. So stop these lies. The next one, this last one, then I'll leave, then I'll get out of your sight. Sorry, I got to find my way. This is a paragraph that written by Dr. Sean Kingsley of London. He wrote the preview for my book. And this is the second paragraph he wrote. Rapa Nui's 1,000 mystifying moai, or statues, are famous the world over. If only our scientific prophets can discover what they mean and how Easter Island fell from grace, we can dream of a new road to redemption, paradise reborn. The problem is that despite a battery of science pushing and probing Rapa Nui's physical evidence, history refuses to cooperate. A succession of great thinkers has debunked their predecessors, only in turn to be discredited by the next wave of scientists. Thank you very much. I will leave the book here for you to look. Don't take. It's the only two I have. One more announcement. If you are interested, my niece is over there. She will show you our, what is it? Facebook or what? Website. She'll show you, then you can order a copy through her. I am no good at technology or stupid computers and things. I'm done then.
Yeah, kia ora mai tātou.
Mahalo, maitaki. Thank you.
Trying to give a time limit to my papa is like trying to catch sunbeams in your hand, eh? It's going to keep shining until the sun chooses to go down. Paririro māku te honore te tuku mihi atu ki tēnei papa nōku. Engari, kore taia e te kupu te whakātu I ngā whakaro e rērere ana. To be in papa's presence is everything. So harei te mea ka mutu na kōrero I konei. Just because the mic has been stolen from his hands does not mean that the kōrero has to stop. In fact, the best kōrero happens with a chisel in your hand, sawdust in your hair, and sweat on your brow. So I encourage you to work next to this man, and that's when you'll get another whole layer of amazing kōrero. So e taku papa, we love you and thank you for coming. We also have a koha for our mama, because like I said, e hara I te mea he tūtakitahi. Papa never stands alone. They are a package deal. And one of the things I love the most about Papa is he always acknowledges tana taha maui, his wife Mama Awhitia, and refuses to go anywhere if she is not also by his side. So ka mihi kia koutou te whānau, and without Gina, who allowed us to bring them over, this wouldn't have happened. So e te whānau, e kore e mimiti te puna aroha a mā koutou. Aro anui. So it's lunchtime, Banu. I can give him back the mic as you're eating, though. Ka horahia te kaiki wahora, ko karangahia, te tari o te ora no reira, ka wate koto te tiki kai, engari he pai ana kia hoki mai ki te noho, ki te kai noho ki waho rānei. The food is out in Main Street. Feel free to grab some kai. Return if you want to sit at the tables. Return and sit by our papa, ask all the questions we were too scared to ask in front of everybody else. And we're going to start our next session at 1:30 p.m. So kotahi haora mo te wā whakata, 1 hour whānau. Mauri ora. Ahi ahi mari e te whanau. Kei te pihia tātou. How are we feeling? Ko mākona, ko ki te puku. We full? E pai ana. Aroha mai I tō muri a hau. Māku e whakamarama atu I tēnei kai kōrero e whai ake nei. So I'm really, really excited to introduce our next presenter. And you might be catching a theme because every person I'm introducing, I'm saying, this is my friend, my amazing friend. And it's the same for this beautiful wahine. So Whamuina Felolini Maria Tafunai hails from the villages of Fasito o Tai, Asanga, and Muli Whanua. Please excuse me if my pronunciation is e harai te tika. Whamuina is CEO and founder of Flying Geese, which specializes in strategy, te tiriti partnership, and entrepreneurial support. Whamuina uses a framework based on the celestial navigation and voyaging that she developed under the guidance of Tohunga Hoturoa Barclay Kerr. This year, Flying Geese, with support from Te Pūtahitanga and the Ministry for Social Development, launched Wero, Wayfinding for Rangatahi Entrepreneurship. I'm going to stop there because mana e whakamarama atu I tana kaupapa. I'm going to pass it over to my amazingly talented friend. Nā mihi nui ki a koe, nō te wā.
He mea tuatahi ngā mihi ki te atua mō tēnei rā, he rangi mokopuna tēnei. Tuarua ki te mana whenua, mō tō manakitanga mō tātou, mō mātou te manunui a kiwa tangata. Tēnā koutou katoa, mō o atua, mō o tupuna, mō o tātou, o rātou, o koutou, mā ngā uri o tēnei whenua, tēnei ao. Mā lole soi fō, mana laima mā, whātālofa atu, I le malu o mātou mālo soi fō ina. Yeah, mālo, my name is Whamuina, a carrier of names that come from Samoa, Germany, from my late husband, from my father's village and from my mother's villages in Samoa. But I also carry this accent, which is from Christchurch, o Taitahi, born and raised. And actually, I got a bit lost here because all these buildings are renamed. And I was thinking we were at a totally different building than the one I was used to when I was at Canterbury University. So thank you for being here, and sorry for the atahaere. I've had the last 4 days reminded of my senior years in battling a little bit of arthritis and having a bit of trouble getting around. So I was a little bit slow in rising this morning. Engari, kei konei au, and feeling very blessed to be in this place. I've just spent the last 5 days actually immersed in waka tikanga with the launching of the Kupe Centre, which is an education centre for waka based at Aorere, a dream of Papa Hekenukumai Busby's brought to fruition on his whenua, that there would be a place where rangatahi especially could go and learn about waka mātauranga, where they could also learn about building waka, to sail, the whakapapa of waka, and they would be surrounded both by their own peers and by their rangatira, and also those rangatira who have passed on, Papa Hek himself. And it was a celebration of this knowledge that comes from Te Mononui a Kiwa. There were about 50 Hawaiians in attendance there, including some of the 1976 Hokulea crew, some of the 85 crew who sailed, some of the crew who sailed with Papa Hek on the maiden voyage of Aorere to Rarotonga. And all of this reminds me of how when our own ways of being, when our mātauranga and our faith is centered in our culture, how far we can go, and that we can rewrite, rebuild stories that Papa Hek built the first voyaging waka, and hundreds of years had not been done. And all of those tāne who sailed to Rarotonga went with complete faith in the mātauranga and in the rangatira and in the tohungatanga that is in our DNA. And so this week I also spent it with the first captain of Te Aurere and his son, who is named Te Moananui Kiwa. And I guess I'm reminded of all these things as I step into this place and try and center myself into what does this mean when we're outside of those beautiful realms of on our own whenua, where we get to determine the kawa, the tikanga, who are the first eyes and the first ears to see and listen to this knowledge that is shared. And that's been part of my journey with flying geese and trying to infiltrate, I'd say that, education systems from both the inside and outside, creating, looking at pathways that our rangatahi, they walk through, and how the system views them and how they also don't view them, and how we can then create bridges. And not just bridges to them, but create whole kind of, I'd say, awa, in that they can be on their own rivers of knowledge. And so with Flying Geese, we created Wero. And I created Wero for two things. And the one I always tell people, because it's very mana enhancing, it's to honour the mātauranga, the ancestry, the brilliance that we have built within us of trade, of relationships, all of those things. On the other part of that flip side, it is also to counter the racism that our rangatahi face, and that no matter how brilliant they are, collectively they are not viewed as possible, brilliant entrepreneurs. They don't look at them and say, oh boy, oh, you're from Samoa. Oh, your ancestors were brilliant at trading. They're so innovative. I was there, I could see how much they've got the whole reuse, recycle thing down pat. They don't look at them like that. My son had the experience of going through Taiwananga up in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, where this is Mātauranga Māori's mainstreamed. Every single taiohi does entrepreneurship every single year, from year 9 to year 13. When he moved out of that system and he moved to Hamilton Boys, and then when we came back here returning to help family, I put him into St. Bede's, where we have a family relationship. All our boys went to Bede's, but they just looked at the size of his tinana and they just said, do you play rugby? My boy is a waka ama boy. And so he just said, oh, I'll give it a try. And from they were like, after that, they had no more conversations with him about his future, except to think that maybe he'd be good in trades. Maybe he'd be good in the army. And I wondered that maybe that's just my boy. But my other nephew was there at the same time, and he was a prefect, he was a school leader, and yet he was never shoulder tapped to say, hey, you might also be good at this area. And so Wero comes from that. It also comes from, I was coaching business in the whānau order space, and also just kind of in sort of mainstream. And I wondered why so many of the applicants didn't have critical business thinking. And so because of that, I sort of put the sort of working with Pākeke aside and say, oh, let's get downstream on this. Let's go work with the rangatahi. And so this is our second foray into classrooms. The second one, which I'll talk about later, was Wayfinding for Life, looking at suicide prevention. This one here, though, we created in Te Waiponamu. And I've got this clicker thing. I'll see how rogue I can go in this. Oh, I think this is video. So, can I get that played, or do I do something special?
Kia ora.
Talofa lava and Pacifica greetings.
Ko titirangi te maunga, ko ua nui arua matua te awa, ko Ngāti Porou Piwi, ko Liana Pāro, tōku ingoa.
Ka ara ki te maunga, ko waimakiri te awa, ko salautuki mama, ko mautuki papa, ko Lopeki Samna, tuku ingoa. Talofa lava, I'm Lopeti, I'm Samoan, born and raised in Christchurch.
And welcome back to Wero. Over 8 weeks, we have 5 challenges for you.
Plus, you also get your own business coaches.
And you'll get to see the teams right here on the course.
So let's Wero, register now,
Whakarite, kia rite,
whaamalosi, and tofa.
peace.
So that there is probably a representation of, as I see myself as a tauiwi conducting business within Aotearoa, to represent the treaty partnership clearly, distinctively, to have not only that, but also have a woman and a man, both of them young, both of them able to connect into a rangatahi audience. Liana is from Uawa, from Tolaga Bay, Ngāti Porou, and then the other side is my nephew, Lopeti, who works with me full-time, working on our rangatahi programs, but also working in our treaty programs and right across. And we wanted to create a program that was also multilingual, that in there you would have heard some Tongan in there, some Tokelauan. And as we went through our program, we've seeded all of that language in our writing and the resources in the online course, and also in the way that we deliver in the songs that we sing as we travel around. Oh, sorry. So this is the website. We built this was our first time thinking about how do we go beyond the workshop experience? How do we get into schools? And we know that, for one thing, is that our children are a bit tired of online. And so what we did is try to go beyond that too and respond to the need for having sort of contact and having someone to guide you. So as they went through, all of their, you can see some here, and I've got to say the designer of Wero, in terms of the illustration and the iconography, is a young man called Thomas Henry, who is Māori and from the Cook Islands. And he designed for us something that hopefully would look familiar as well. And one thing about Wero too is we tried to keep the procurement chain, even in the caterers, within the whakapapa of Māori and Pacifica. So there we went on a tour. We had 125 rangatahi. And I have to say my experience was that most of these schools came to us not through MOE, although we went through that channel, but through whānau ora, through marae, through rerenanga. We found that those people who are in our schools, who are also championing our rangatahi, they're the ones that are most likely to pick up a program and run with that. And I was just talking to someone recently when I was up at Orere, and they were saying how between Wakahaurua and the partnership with Kamehameha schools, how that partnership there was able to reinforce and drive this mātauranga to strengthen each other, and in fact create what I think is like, if you think about a Wakahaurua, so to have one hull, you can only go so fast, but you need to balance things. If you add an ama, you can go faster. But if you add another hull, and you add the people that go into it, you can go further and faster. So for me, I think the pairing here between the work that I'm doing and between whānau ora, because of the shared values that sit inside that space, is probably the wakahaurua that I'll continue to doing work in. And the other thing is that we paired all of our, every time the rangatahi coaches, the rangatahi teams went online, there was a coach waiting for them. And all of these coaches came from Māori or Pacifica whakapapa. So we were very clear that the faces that were standing in front of them should reflect the people as well. And so pretty much our whole course was dominated, by Māori and Pacifica students. We had one Pākehā student from Otago come into the course. And I got to say that was because when we sent out all the comms the economics teacher almost blocked the Māori teacher from accessing and putting her students forward because this was seen as entrepreneurship. Again, that racism flaring up going, oh, well, this is not for the kapahaka group. It's entrepreneurship. It's for the business and economics students. But we were able to get in there and sort of just massage some relationships. But we're aware of some of the gatekeeping as well as we go in. And that was our tour. 3 weeks of tipi haere around the motu, getting in front of them. I think out of all of the success rates, I have to say it's when one of the teachers sit in the room and then take on that they will be a partner into the program. This is what our coaches look like, and this is what the personality of them looks like. The youngest ones were the ones who toured. This is one of our workshops.
Mama te aroha, e te rongo au I a koe karangana. Kia kahara, kuronga tēnā, karawhiua e makiau. Ina te mihi, I tō mori mori, no oku I tō kopu. Kia kahara, kuronga tēnā, karawhiua e makiau. Ina te mihi, I tō mori mori, no oku I tō kopu. Vai a JB, vai a papa, kia mohi o no koe kua onge onge. Mama ue, e whia Albi June, me tō umu, kia rongo anō koe I te aroha. Mama ue, e hine ma te aroha, tēnei au te angitu. E tā mama te aroha, tēnā chaki nā te hapu. Aotearoa e te tau, mama te aroha, kei te rongo I a koe e karangana. Kia kahara, kuronga tēnā, karawhiua e...
Kia ora! My name is Hannah. My favorite part of the Whittle program was coming up with our own business ideas and then making like advertisements for like in our teams.
Kia ora, my name's Deepika. My favorite part of Whittle was playing games and associating it with the program.
Kia ora, my name's Tiana. My favorite part of today was reading these quotes and deciding which one we wanted so we could have them around our school.
Kaki.
Kaki.
So that's what one of the challenges would look like. So we also looked at, in the content of it, how do we present challenges that actually are important to us? And so this one was how do we challenge them to creating a product or service that would support Te Wiki o Te Reo or one of the Pacifica language weeks. And then also to run that through what we call Te Whenua, which is an island of questions. And so every week they would do this online challenge. And then the way that we knew that they'd actually done the work is they'd upload a video. And the thing is, working with a rangatahi, you don't have to teach them how to make a video, as if when I was working with Pakeke, that's what I spent a lot of time doing. And so we were taking them through this process. And I guess one of the things about working in the schools, how do we stay within wayfinding, within our own mātauranga, but still present to the teachers and the schools a way where they could understand what our process was. So we tried not to, we tried to maintain our own language with the islands of doing, the islands of success, also mahutonga for us, a place of reflection and think about next steps. And this is what the team called Top Gs from Gore, from St. Peter's College submitted.
Man, I wish I could speak some Māori.
Me too!
Don't worry, my bros, I've got a mean app called Whakakourau. What does it do? Oh, gee, it translates English to Māori with just a click of a button. Yeah.
Yo, sick, where can I find this?
It's widely accessible on Google Play, App Store, and on the internet.
Fun.
How does this app work? You just speak into your phone and it translates it to Māori.
Oh, give us some example.
Hello, my name is Macy.
Kia ora, ko Macy tuku ingoa.
Oh, sure.
So that school, when we went there, most of the students felt a little bit to say they were Māori, to say they were from a particular iwi. Some of them couldn't even spell their iwi name. And so a place like that, it's not just like, oh, we think we're going to make everybody brilliant. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to support who they are and help them understand that journey and that people can view them. Because this group, we were told, were the Hotutu group. And I'm sure we get told that a lot about our kids, that this is a group that we'll have to keep an eye on. And actually, they're a group that turned up every week and delivered, videos to us like this. And I think that a lot of that is seeded because in our workshops, that's what we do, is we go through and we honour all of them. And you saw the work that in the video before that, how much the work they did in one day. And their teachers came along there, how did you get them to do all of that? It's like, oh, well, we expect everyone does work like that. And in the whenua area where we asked them to, in 10 minutes, to write as many questions as possible for the product that you're trying to deliver, one school wrote 140 questions. So it's possible, and they're the school that said, they're the team that said, have you good at research? And they're like, nah. It's like, okay, so let's do this instead. And by reframing everything, making it a competition, but not a competition where we give out lollies or chocolates or anything like that, because we're thinking also it's a whole order program. So it's just a competition against each other. We also have penalties. So if you are talking when I am talking or when someone else is talking, if you're laughing at your teammate or someone else, then you have to do 5 star jumps or 5 press-ups. But it's not about just punishment, because every time you're doing it, the facilitation team does it as well. So we're trying to change behaviour, but also work through a lens of fairness that our children really recognise as valuable when they see you out there. And everything we ask them to do, our team demonstrates it. And so I think that's part of stepping into vulnerability as a teacher, because often as teachers, we walk into a space and we're like, well, I'm the teacher, you're the student, and that's it. In our workshops, we go through a mihi process where everybody has to do a mihi. We always start with pepeha to acknowledge and presence the treaty. And then we move into a simple question of how did we get here? And so as we moved through, we knew our kids wanted, we turned up wearing nice gears. They wanted to wear nice gears. Everybody got a blue hoodie. And then we had a Zoom graduation with all the students. And I think that after 8 weeks, when you still get all the students turning up to a Zoom graduation, we sent Kai into their schools so we could also honour them that, but also carrying on with our own culture. That it's not just here's a certificate, but you should have Kai together, you should celebrate together. So that was all done. And we created categories as well. So from achievement to excellence, the overall winner, and then we had Te Reo Rangatira, which went to Tuia o Te Matangi up in the Kura Kaupapa up in Nelson. And then the last one, which was Aroha ki te whānau, which was about teamwork. And one of the things that we did do in this course, which I think helped the team who win it, is that right at the start, when we were going to start the course, there was a tangi at that school. In fact, one of the students who had been on our workshop down in Otepoti. And so we delayed the course for that school. And so a week we said, look, we can hold for it. If we cannot delay a course that is Māori and Pasifika centred for a tangi, then we actually aren't Māori and Pasifika centred. So we delayed the course. When I rang that principal and said, and she's like, we missed out on starting, our kids are really gutted. And I was like, no, we just held it back and waited for you guys to be, through the tangi process. And so we're going to start when you guys are ready. That principal cried on the phone. Because I guess we're saying you come first, your kids come first. Our ways of being come first. So then later on, that school had to have another break because in a month anniversary passing of that student, they were too pōri to continue. So again, we adjusted the course and we said like we're going to allow for 3 catch-up weeks. That was a catch-up week. We also had Nelson have floods. So between floods and tangi and other things of life, we allowed catch-up weeks, which is why it's a 5 challenge but 8-week course. So allowing the things of life to come in so that we're not being too extractive with our students so they can participate and experience the other things that are just as important. So, and the other thing too is that the lead of the winning team gets to sail on a waka haurua. So I guess that's a dream for a lot of these. And when I was up north, one of the other things we had to think about is that we awarded certificates, which is lovely, and lots of kids appreciated that. But we also became aware that there's a young boy who, I think Kiwa is 11, and so Kiwa, who is Stanley Conrad's son, is making little hooks out of Te Aurere's deck because they are not refurbishing, but restoring Te Aurere with a new everything. And so the future awards that we will give will be those hooks that come from Te Aurere that have that whakapapa built right in. And I guess what we're trying to reinforce with a lot of the students that are doing this work is our stories are so valuable that actually some of that becomes priceless. That even if you're in commerce, the things that we want you to do is to be economically efficient, but you should also know that value isn't just attached to dollars. And this is the team that won. Now, so they were challenged with explaining what is wayfinding. So, and then you might be wondering that yourself. Just so you know, with wayfinding, which came from voyaging, it also came from, I was working on a lot of development projects and seeing how I thought that they weren't succeeding because the content, then I had a look at some of the design frameworks and thought, no, it's the design frameworks. And a lot of us would have gone through strategic planning. We were like, which is the mission, which is the vision, and which is the goals and the objectives? And so I was caught in that loop, and this is why we created wayfinding, so we could get clarity on how we think, but also that we could design things in the way that we think. So we created, instead of the goals and missions and all those things, we created an island of success that allows us to create an ecosystem of success that looks at who are the people on this island, how do they feel, what are the physical, virtual, and natural assets, what is the human activity, as opposed to dividing mahi and home. Because we know that within our worlds, between mahi and home, our marae, our communities, that actually all of that is all blurred. It is all about our activity, what we do in our waking hours. And then we look at, can we replicate that? Can we scale it up? Can we, or is this a one-off? And then we look at te waka. Te waka is the stock take of my team, our skills, our assets, our expertise. But also it's the stock take of our lack and abundance, what we don't have, what we will need, and what we have in excess of. And then we go to te whenua and ask all the questions of how do we get to our island of success. We analyse the moana for what's going on a daily basis that affects our decisions socially, economically, any other things that may be affecting our team personally. And then we go to our favourite island, which is the island of doom, which I created for that one reason, is that it makes people laugh, but it makes them honest about like what are all the things, the worst things that could happen on your island of doom as you try and get to the island of success. And then doing the hard work of what's my, prevention strategy on that, what's my mitigation, and out of that, where's the opportunity? And we all know in entrepreneur land that opportunity that comes out of all of those dark and gloomy things, like that's where the light is. And then also, it can be possible that this is a do or don't do. And then we have a look at the islands of priority. So this is the kura that won. This is their team, Te Kura Poutama. This is from Otepoti. And one of the other things in this course, because there was capability on our side, is our kura kaupapa could submit their videos in te reo Māori.
Kia ora, ko mātou te kura Poutama. Ko tū mai tōku ingoa, he reo no kaitou no te Aotearoa hoki.
Kia ora, ko tākiri tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no Raukawa.
Kia ora, ko Raori tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no te Aroa.
Kia ora, ko Maia tōku ingoa, he uri no Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Kaungunu, me Ngāti Poro.
Kia ora, ko Rātuna tōku ingoa, he uri no Waikato.
Kia ora, ko Georgia tia whātua se lātou tōku ingoa. He tikau marimo ka paki ke he uri no kaitahu no Ngāpuhi nui tonu anō hoki. Ai, kei te mahi au i tēnei wā, engari, kare e kore, kakawe tōku ope i au.
Koe nei tōku waka! He waka pai, he waka tere, he waka miharo. Ko ngā tangata kei runga i tōku waka, ko tōku tīma te kura Poutama. Ko ōku hoa, ko o mātou mātua, ko ngā pauako o te kura kaupapa Māori hoki. Ka tū ēnei tangata hei pauwhirinaki mō mātou ko tōku tīma i tō mātou haerenga.
I nāi nei me mahi tahi mātou ki te haere ki tō mātou tauāhi. Ko ēnei ngā punga, te tae e te waka te neke ki mua me nā kaore mātou e hiki.
Anei tō mātou kāpehu uaratanga, ka whakātu i o mātou whakapono i ngā mea kia kawe i a mātou kia kokia i ngā taumata. Ko wanga kai whakatiri waka?
Hea mātou wehe ai.
Ko haere mātou ki hia?
Ai.
Ka pēhea! Ko tai mai mātou ki te motu mahi.
Koe, haere tiki kai. Koe, haere whakakinga whātara wai. Koe, haere tiki taura mō ngā waka. Haere!
Ko tēnei te moana, me tūpato koe kia kawe taka ki roto i te wai, te ipurangi, te tōrangapū rānei.
Ki tiro, he motu hau. He motu hau, tiro, te whakarari a korewa.
Kua tai mai mātou ki te motu pai. Hei oi, me karo tuatahi mātou i ngā motu kino.
Ko pau te kai. He kōhau hi roto i te waka.
Ko pau ngā raui mi.
Ngā ngaru nui.
Tore, rewa, tahi, heke. That's good enough. How long do I do this
Are we
for?
done?
Yes, okay.
So we need to refilm that. Are you done? Are you done?
I wasn't. Ko wai ngā kai whakatiri waka?
Hea hai mātou hautama.
I'm sorry.
Ko wai ngā kai whakatiri waka?
Hea hai mātou wehe ana. No, ana!
Tonu, rua, tahi, action! Rua, tahi, ari.
He motu. He motu kino hau. Kei te hau.
It's recording now.
Tonu, rua, tahi, heke!
Sumai.
Kia ora!
Doesn't even make the bus go.
He hired it.
Kia ora, ko mātou te kura.
He reo no kaitahu no te Aotearoa hoki.
Ko tū mai taku. Oh my god. Tahi, haere.
Kia ora, ko mātou te kura tautama. Kia ora, ko mātou te kura tautama.
Haere.
Kia ora, ko mātou te...
Tahi, haere.
Kia ora, ko mātou te kura tautama.
So, I guess one of the things about that team, and I mean, they won the competition, but it actually didn't matter who won it, because everybody all came back in. And even though I went and sat with Hagley when we had our lunch together, and the feedback from those students is they would do it every year. That kura also, the kaiako, the principal, said that doing a program like Wero actually was part of their healing from having one of their students pass away. And I think that's the deepness of when you are sitting inside something that is truly, that sees you, that allows you to be yourself, that shows vulnerability. I mean, putting up blooper after blooper, knowing that that gets shared with every other team. So they were learning from each other. It was that peer-to-peer sharing. So I guess for us, in terms of like, how do we get in the classrooms? Like, this was our way of wayfinding into classrooms. It was our second venture, but it was also how we can create a platform that Ngāti Whātua has asked us to look at wayfinding for rangatahi leadership. And, you know, how we might use this same platform and the same method. And so part of that method is that when we go do that work with Ngāti Whātua, that the coaches will be of their whakapapa. And so that we're not just going around and, I guess, you know, I know there's a difference between South Island Pacific Islanders and North Island Pacific Islanders. And I know there's a difference between if I take people up to work in the Hokianga and if they come from those areas, or if they come from, say, further down south. The reception, the whakapapa ties that connect you, the knowing of grandparents and having real experiences in your own rohe, all help to, I guess, consolidate who you are and identity. And what I wanted mostly is that every one of our students would experience the best classroom learning experience that is possible. But that would mean that we manipulate ourselves as the facilitators and as the programmers. So the challenges that we set, we actually listened to them. And we would, okay, we don't think that other challenge that we did, that we had pre-programmed, is going to be working for them. So then we would keep listening to them and changing what we're doing, which is a little bit like sailing. Is that if we're on a course and the course says that, you know, if we can see there's a reef, or we can see that actually the wind is in another direction, that the kids are we were touring at the time of Matariki, and so one of the challenges was actually to look at what's a product or service that they could launch in 2023 Matariki. So we were listening to the things that they were interested in, not just the things that we were interested in. And so I guess that's part of wayfinding, is that whole sensory part to it, to listen to the moana of students and what they're feeling. So I put up some paper for you guys on your, and I just thought that maybe one of the things that we could have a look at is that how does wayfinding sit in, I guess, any of the kaupapa that you are delivering? Because I know with the faces here, I know a few familiar ones, that you're all delivering kaupapa, you're all delivering programs. So how would wayfinding or some of the discipline that sits in wayfinding assist you? And maybe one of the things that I think is the most useful tool out of the entire framework is the Island of Doom. Okay, because out of the Island of Doom, great things come from that. And Wayfinding for Life program came from the island of Doom, looking at suicide prevention, especially in Raupatu areas. And we wanted to find where was the opportunity that we could not just deliver a program, but deliver a program that was relevant and that would deliver results for the people doing it. So in that, I'm going to get you all to, if you want to take a section of that and just draw yourself a nice big circle in your corner. And I want you to think of, firstly, about a project that you're working on, what it looks like in its successful form. Okay, so I know you would have designed that part really well. What does it look like for this to be successful? You can also feel free to tear up your paper into fours if it makes it easier for your working, or divide it in half. So you thought about your island of success, and then I want the circle you draw though is going to be the island of doom. Okay, and the cool thing about the island of doom is to have a lot of freedom with it, and also to be brutally honest in it. We're all human, so mortality, death should be in the island of doom, long-term illness. These are all the things that can happen. And I got to say, rangatahi are so good at this, but adults like to protect themselves a little bit more. So I'm going to ask you to just put the protection on your shoulder, your self-protection, put it on the shoulder there, and then just flick it off. Flick it off like it's a little namu, okay? And for this is all about what's the truth of how things could go wrong in your project. And so I want you to spend a couple of minutes just naming that down at pace. Okay, so I'm going to put you on 2 minutes. All the things that could go wrong in your current project that you're working on. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes now. If we've got music, can we play some music in the background? Oh, there's good laughing. I like that. All the worst things, absolutely worst things that could go wrong. Okay, you got 1 more minute, so write like your life depends on it.
Brother ballets in the back, sweet singers in the front, cruising down the freeway in the hot, hot sun. Suddenly red blue lights flash us from behind. Loud voice booming, please step out onto the line. Ballet bridge words of comfort, Cena just hides her eyes. Policeman taps the shades, is that a Chevy 69? How bizarre. How bizarre, how bizarre. Destination unknown as we're pulling for some gas.
And sometimes you don't even have to imagine it. You would have already experienced some of these things that go wrong, right?
Acrobats, lion, snakes, monkey. Belly speaks righteous. Sister Cena says funky. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's making me crazy. It's making me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time.
Okay, I think we're going to have enough there. What we're going to do now is we're going to go around, and I just want y'all to read out one thing that's on your paper. Nina, I'm going to pick on you and start with you. So you just have to call it out. What's one thing that you know can go wrong in the program you're working on right now? Pākehā teachers butcher its use. Thank you. Awesome, Nina. Kari, what you got? Yep, assimilation or appropriation from the system. And yep, rarurare over IP. Love it. Yep. Not meeting deadlines. Change of government. Aye. And what have we got? Oh, are you? Thank you. Roving Mike is coming around.
Distribution of resource or not?
No water.
Yeah, limited resources.
Kia ora. We've got a new team starting next year, so mine would be trust.
Just for my students, other people's opinions feeding their own self-doubt.
God, stink.
Don't commit time or run out of time or, yep, just time.
I think we might have overthought this for a little bit. Sorry. So for doom, we said haole. Haole in everywhere. Haole, haole. And then, are we saying success? Yeah. Ole, just fertile and healthy kanaka.
Organizational restrictions.
No students choose to take the program.
Or hui no doi, so continuous theorising.
Nice. So I like that. Now, one of the things about when you said you had no students, so this is where you need to take things to the island of doom. So as opposed to say like when I heard like limited resources or not, and so you want to take it right to its absolute worst. So no resources. You want to take it to the place of the no money, the no students, right? Because the more you can make that the worst possible scenario, then that actually the way that you go into how you might prevent that or fix that becomes, I guess you're going to do that in a sort of deeper way. So then what our students do is then they write a 5-step plan, and the plan is not to make a plan of a plan, okay, a plan of a hui, a plan of a theory, but they do a 5-step plan. So I want you to pick one of those things and write yourself, because we just with time, a 3-step plan. What is your action plan? So it's a practical step by step. What's your action plan to get some students, or to create resource, or to draw in resource, or to have no haole? Well, you know, we thought about that, and I mean, our course is manned solely by Māori and Pasifika. You know, and then the way that we chose our students is that, you know, there was one haole, but I think out of 77, that's a pretty awesome stat, that the rest of them were Māori and Pasifika. So we engineered that. When schools asked us what kind of kids should do our course, and we're like, Māori and Pasifika? So, yeah, so you can engineer that. Okay, what's your 3-step plan, action plan? You got 1 more minute. Hands up who's got 3 steps. Awesome. can still see some pens going. If you've finished, I want you to then go to, okay, but what if you did all those steps and it still happened anyway? So then you have to write 3 mitigation steps. Okay, so that thing still happened. And it's not a rinse and repeat. Okay, so you can't just do the same thing. What's your next 3 action steps to mitigate that? And then if you've done your mitigation, which I'm thinking you might have, I want you then to take a step back and find out where is the opportunity from one of those action steps. Because inside one of those action steps will be an opportunity for you to create something even more if you explored it a little bit deeper. Because this is what we're asking the rangatahi to do. It's find the opportunity. And what we hope is that they just don't find it within business, but they actually find it in life.
If that's what it takes to figure out a lifetime, invest in it. Yes, I think so. Yep. I don't know. I tried. Okay, so I just had a quick squiz over there. And so, just from what you've seen, what you've been able to do, look at yours, I guess what we're trying to do is find the opportunity. So I'm just going to go do a quick round because Kari's like, wrap it up, wrap it up. And so from this table, in a very speedy date motion, what were the opportunities that you saw that you could pull out of
your prevention and mitigation?
To hold a whānau hui presentation by the ākonga from another particular program that we run together with Kai. Is that what you mean? No.
No. It's actually it's how you might explore that and frame. To hold a what was it?
So if I did all those things and I still had no students.
Yeah.
And then one of them was initially to email the whānau, and then I went, no, what I need to do is get
Right.
the whānau in to a whānau hui.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Get the whānau in or go to the whānau.
Aye.
Yeah. Cool.
I think I didn't understand.
Who else would like to share? So.
I had organisational restrictions, and when we went through the action points, one of them was check the landscape. So when we did the risk and mitigation, diving deeper, it's about tiriti partnerships and including mana whenua, but as an inclusion of mana whenua, not in consultation with, then going back into the legislation to make sure that there's room for whānau to be involved and moving in those spaces. I'm talking about government-funded organisations, just in case people don't know.
Cool. All right. Do you guys want to share? From this side, I'm just going to take. We had this beautiful opportunity of going from injury or death, looking at decolonising time, and having. So when I say pull the opportunity, sometimes the opportunity isn't one of yours. It's the step, but it's actually just sitting back from it. That's why I have a good friend, Ron Takawa. He talks about when we're doing this kind of mahi, we're like birds and we're like picking at the ground. When we look for the opportunity, we have to swoop up like a hokioi. We have to be eagle-like. And in that part, when we swoop up, that's when we can see the whole landscape. That's where we can see light. When we're down here doing mahi, peck, then actually we're in a place of kind of shadow. And it's sometimes our own shadows, right? So I guess one of the things about how we pull opportunity out, that's not just doing it in a way that we're used to on a kind of linear process, but actually how using our own mātauranga, coming up like a hokioi, like an eagle, and being able to see things from that perspective. And this is the way that we are in Weddle, that we are teaching our kids how to take on knowledge from the ngahere, knowledge from the natural realms, and also what might be called the supernatural realms, but also from our tupuna ways. And so I guess I want to just leave you with this thought that comes from Mau Piailog, who comes from the island of Satawal, and his philosophy, and this is how we are teaching our kids to navigate this world, is that not to pray for good weather, but to always pray for courage. Okay, kia ora.
A tēnā, he kaha no te mea nei. Tēnā koe e taku hoa. Tēnā koe I tō whaiwahi kia mātou te harama I tēnei rangi. If only we had more than a 50-minute session and timekeeper lady here totally not decolonising time. Maybe we could have actually got out on the wa'a and done it and felt it, but next hui, hey? Let's do it on the wa'a, let's do it in our gardens, let's do it in all of our spaces where we can, not just hui, but dui. So I look forward to iteration 2.0, where it's more about being on the wa'a next to you as you share your story in the environment. Ngā mihi nui kia koe. So, Kua tai te wai nei nei te whakawhiti rūma me nā kapirangi pika atu ki tētahi atu wāhi. We have 15 minutes now to choose your last session of the day. So this last session is a longer one. It runs over 2 hours, but I promise you there's para manawa in the middle. There is time for kai in the middle of that. So each session will break, allow you to go and eat and drink and come back. The reason these sessions are a bit longer is because they're going to involve a little bit more of a dive deep or a little bit more dewy. Yeah? So one of the sessions in the Ngaio Marsh is definitely more hui. It's about wānanga, about the kaupapa of the symposium. What does it mean for us as educators, practitioners, to embed Indigenous knowledge in our spaces? In this beautiful room here, we have 6 of our amazing educators, practitioners, aloha aina warriors, amazing contributors to community, builders of things, creators of things, the people that are doing all of this amazing mahi in Hawaii are going to share about their projects that they, and their communities that they work with and for and serve in Hawaii. And at the end of that session, you guys are going to have the opportunity to get your hands to work and learn how to lash some wood together to make something that I promise you will hold anyone in this room. It will be strong enough. So there's a little bit of hands-on in this room. Upstairs we have Roxy and Billy, who presented yesterday. So Roxy and Billy were talking about the Pānana Collective, which is train the trainer in how to kilo or observe your environment and transfer that into programming and opportunities to continue to malama your space. So if you are connected to a space and environment and you think that that more practical dive deep from yesterday's session is something you're into, they will be up in Bentley's. So there are your options. Enjoy your choices. And mā te wā, kia ora. Aloha mai kako. Aloha, kia ora. It's getting worse and worse and worse in terms of my introductions because every single person, it's sounding like nepotism is right in this symposium, and it is true. Yet another group of people whom I love and adore are about to take this session over. This is a bit of a hybrid session. So it's going to be from 12:45 until 4:45, but we're going to have a break in the middle for paramanawa, for something to eat, for a cup of tea and a kai. So when we break for paramanawa, when they give me the head nod, we can go and get a kai, but we can bring it back into our space. Yeah? So that it's kind of a working kai. And that's so that we can make the most of this final session. So we have about to grace our stage with their presence. Ke a laulau ka mamo leota, aka mamo, aka mother to the most delicious child in existence. Our baby Lehua, who's the star of our show, and I don't think has seen his mother this whole symposium, because all the aunties and uncles have stolen him. And Mamo brings with her her ohana as well. So if Eveliko and Mama Lehua over there, like we say, we travel as an ohana. And they've come over together. We have Mahialani Keo. Give us a wave. She's giving me an eyebrow. Who also has brought with her her ohana. So we have I'll let her talk about her organization. I'm on the board of it, so I should be able to give it like this, eh? But we also have Tawalai and Ui who have come from Samoa and from Utah, who've come to travel with Mahia. So we've got the posse thing happening. We have Scotty, Uncle Scotty, who's come to us from Hawaii as well. We have a Hawaiian who we stole, and I think the reason most of the Hawaiians have come is to take their Hawaiian back, possibly to Hawaii. Tiana te rungu pātahi mo iha. I shouldn't have had to look at your name. So I'm marrying her on Saturday, so I shouldn't have had to look at her name. Tiana. We have Olivia Wallace. Part of a wider, most of these ones from that side of the island are all related. And we have Miss Ida Aspinall, who's interesting to introduce. So Ida is Samoan, but was born in Hawaii, raised in Aotearoa, and then went back to Hawaii, and now is living in Alabama. So Ida's all kinds of goodness from all kinds of spaces, and they are going to share with you a little bit about what aina-based education looks and feels like from a Hawaii perspective. So they've called this kukulu because part of the tie that binds a lot of the programs that these amazing kanaka run is that a lot of them have to do with perpetuating indigenous practices or ike kupuna. And one of the practices that they have in common is kukulu, or to build. So for some of them, it's building fish pond. For some of them, it's building, cultivating lo'i. For some of them, it's building actual hale. For some of them, it's building kuahu. For others, it's building, what else are we building, guys? All kinds of things. And for all of them, it's about building community. So I am super excited to introduce you to this amazing group. And with them, they bring hundreds, yeah? So not just the ones taking the stage or the other ones dotted throughout the audience, but they bring with them all of the communities that they represent. So I don't know who my first speaker I'm handing over to, but ki te la hui, mahalo nui.
Aloha mai kako, mahalo Cuddy and the University of Canterbury for inviting us here to share about what we do in our community. I also wanted to add that there are a lot of us here who are ohana, and we all do the similar work in our community back home on Oahu. How do I work this? Right? So to open up our presentation, we want to share about a program that all of us here have worked together on. It's a short little video clip, and then we'll go from there. Oh, what happened? I'm not doing that. Okay.
Aloha mauna wila I ka mali e, mali e I ka malu'i loko pama.
This year, our program's focus is kukulu, which means to build. We've built a traditional Hawaiian hale, but in addition, we've also built relationships with each other. And most importantly, what we've been hoping for is building a strong pilina with our community.
How do we build our builders? How do we give them opportunity to build with builders? Being Opio, where they're just about to launch out into the world, it really makes me happy to be able to have this kind of experience with them at such a pivotal point in life. My favorite thing about Kukulu and Kukulu Hale really is about kukuluing the people, helping everybody to build together, being able to really embody the value of Laulima, of Kuleana, of Mauli au Honua, and creating that so that we never lose it again.
There's lots of different ways that you can look at how the hale builds us and how just the different metaphors that you can take from hale and hale building. The prep work, the cutting the trees, the scraping the wood, you know, you can always look at everything happening with the hale and look at yourself internally and internalize that and make meaning from it.
When you're learning how to lash, just the interaction of building hale, it's a good example of how you interweave connections to other people and how, although you may not always see the lashing and how it holds to you, but each small part connects and is what makes the hale whole.
This wahipana was a healing aina. And hale, you're not just building yourself, you're allowing your kupuna to move through you and to teach you. And so while I'm building it, I feel like myself that I am being healed and that we are healing this aina as well. These kids are now embodying their ancestors and that they aren't afraid to be the ones who trailblaze during this next generation.
It's been an amazing experience to watch this year's summer Opio program. If I could describe it, it would be makahana ka'ike. There's been a lot of learning, but learning through doing. Learning through seeing, learning through experiencing, and learning through feeling. What an amazing experience for this group to be able to get that full experience of Ike, doing the whole makahana ka'ike.
What a blessing to have such a beautiful art form that not only builds communities, but builds individuals.
Okay, so as I mentioned, all of us up here, we all participated in this program that we'll be able to talk about it later. I want to share just briefly, so I'm lucky I get to go first because then I can keep it short and they can fill up the rest of the time.
So I'm here actually representing our organization, Nurture Cultivate Inc. It's kind of a spin-off of the organizations that we currently work, or I've currently worked for in our community. Sorry, my name is Mahealani Kale. I'm from the Ahupua'a of Ho'ula on the Moku Ko'olauloa on the Mokupuni o Ahu from Hawaii. Aloha. Forgot my intro. So we all work or have programs, Aina-based program in similar locations in our backyard. And so that beautiful wahi that was in the film, we get opportunity to build more programs. So through our organizations, I feel like I'm eating the mic, but through our organizations, I always think of an olala no eo, a ohehana nui kia luia. No task is too big if done together. So when I think of that olala no eo, I think that not one organization can do it all. It takes multiple groups, multiple huis to kind of come together and focus on one thing, and together we're shooting or going through our main goal of helping our community. So through Nurture Cultivator, NCI Hawaii for short, our focus really is our community, the people in our community and our Aina. How can we build stronger communities, whether it's through health or through reconnecting those that have been disconnected to our culture and reconnecting to the Aina. So this program here, it's a brand new program. We actually are starting next summer. So Mohalai Kawai, Mohalai Kawai is the name of the program, and our focus really is our water. And the intention and the inspiration between this program is just through what I kiloed in our community. And growing up in Ho'ula, when I was in elementary, we had 6 flowing rivers that we played in. Then fast forward 10, 15, 20 years, what happened to the water? So this program was created just specifically answering that question, what happened to our water? I moved away, came back, and the rivers are dry. And through my own kilo or my own observation in our community, it's just basically answering that question. What can we do? What can we do as a community to try and bring our water back? You know, trying to research, do our research, and really answer the questions, and having something for our youth, our OPO, since they're our next generation, to work on, and maybe through their time, we can bring our water back. Maybe not through our time, but maybe through their time. So this program really focuses on answering the question, trying to come up with an action plan, and maybe through the second phase, the third phase, execute the action plan, and hopefully eventually one day we can get our water back. And so just teaching the kids, going through different spaces throughout our community, Ko'olauloa, working together with other groups like Ho'ala'aina Kupona in Kahana Valley, Mauna Wila Heo over at Ha'ula, and working together and helping each other with their programs. And so that is our program that we get to execute this summer. Here. So it's a pilot program, and it's 6 weeks and 20 kids per 2-week session. So really kind of getting into the research part, collecting all the data, and then the second phase, figuring out what we can do and execute in the execute our plan in the third phase. And one of the streams or the rivers that we will be working on is Punaiki Stream, located in our Mauna Wila Hea Wahi. And so the property is owned by a Hawaii Island Land Trust that I also had the opportunity to work with, wearing multiple hats. And we really focused, I really want to focus on the education programs that we started there. And it took 10 years for us to reopen a space that once sat dormant, again, in Hau'ula, in our community. And so a lot of the programs, again, there was a makua who had keiki at school and needed something for the kids to do. So she created these programs working with the land trust. And the first phase is really opening the space. So a lot of their work was removing non-invasive, non-native plants and clearing a lot of hull bush. And so that was the focus of the education program. And then fast forward to Mamo coming on board, she really took the programs to another level. Okay, now the space is ready. What can we do now? So I'm gonna hand the ticker over to to Mamo.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm technically challenged. Nah, I'll just talk louder if I have to. You guys can hear me though, right? Okay. I kind of came in at a time where it was a little bit easier to start programs. They didn't have to work at clearing the property and working on education programs. I also came from a place where I had already been on an education team at a fish pond in He'eia. So I brought that background of running different programs and different ways of educating youth. I also came from a very hardworking family. Aloha nui kako. My name is Kealaula Okamamo Leota, and I hail from Ko'olauloa Oahu. My ohana is the Keo Nui and Bernie ohana from Ko'olauloa, and a lot of my work ethic comes from being a part of a family that likes to do things the hard way and likes to really work hard. So that was probably the biggest thing that helped me through all areas in my life was my grandma taught us you cannot be lazy, yeah, and we come from a specific ahupua called kahana, which means the work, and my tutu, who passed on before I was born, always told everybody, if you don't know how to work, you need to leave, and kahana is not for you. So only if you know how to work, then you can stay. So I learned how to work at a very young age, and that kind of helped me through all these phases, and it's also one of the biggest things that I teach kids is that if you work hard, you work hard at everything that you do, and you stick to it, then you'll learn what you need to, and you'll end up where you need to be. So Mauna Wila is one of these places that I'm able to give back to my community and use Maramataka. So Pelika, who spoke a little bit earlier, talked about how she did a lot of self-kilo, and that's what we're kind of the phase of kilo that we're moving into. Kind of everywhere where the kids go, especially in Hawaii, kilo has become this big word all of a sudden, kilo, and it's been used in a lot of education programs to teach the kids to observe. Kind of hard to teach the kids to observe when the adults don't know how to observe, yeah? So we had to run a lot of workshops on teaching the kumu and the teachers how to observe so that they knew how to teach the haumana. So kilo and learning how to observe, we went through a phase of observing our aina, observing our plants, building that capacity, and then we've hit a state at Mauna Wila where we're trying to understand the property a little bit better, and Mauna Wila is a heiau. For those of you that are not familiar with what a heiau is, it's a Hawaiian temple. Yeah, Hawaiians built up with rocks. These big rock wall structures, and on top is where they got a little bit closer to their akua, and that's where they prayed and they left offerings. And so this particular heiau, Mauna Wila heiau in Hau'ula, 2 minutes away from my house where I was born and raised, it was built by a prophet named Makua Kaumana, and he came from Kahiki, and he was born in a healing village, always knowing that healing was what he needed to bring to a space, but he needed to find it. So he left Kahiki and found Hau'ula, where he built the heiau. So now that we've kiloed the property, we've kiloed the dirt, the soil, we've kiloed the plants, we've kiloed other things, we've kiloed community. Now we're trying to figure out what this property was meant to be and return it to that. So we've kind of shifted the focus to kiloing healing in our community. And for healing, that means different things in a lot of communities. For our community in Hau'ula, one of the biggest things that we need healing from is drug use. Yeah, and that's a big issue for us in Hau'ula. So trying to have these kids kilo themselves, yeah, they learned how to kilo plants and community and all these things. Now, how do they kilo themselves, yeah, so that mental health becomes a big part of their everyday lives and conversation and understanding how this property was meant to bring healing and how can they use that, yeah, to help them understand themselves. So we've been using this year a little bit similar to what Pelika used to kilo herself, that example of journaling, how things make us feel, how the space makes us feel, how other things may contribute to that. And the hope is that the kids will be able to go back and look through their journals like Pelika did and then see patterns of, you know, maybe this person always made me feel bad or this person always made me feel good. And then how the space, when they come to Mauna Wila, how that made them feel and how that affected them so that they can understand how this place can be used for healing and how they can maybe spread that to their ohana. Another thing that we've started on the property with those programs is growing medicinal plants for healing. So another option for them to bring healing to their ohana is not just growing the plant because they've kiloed the seasons and how to plant and how to grow it, but also how to process those plants and turn them into la'au lapa'au or medicine that they can bring to their ohana and then we can also bring to the larger community in Hau'ula. So programs in Hau'ula have been, like Maya said, been on for about 9 years when the land trust purchased the property from the McGregor Ohana. Yeah. So the property's been through a lot of stages of healing itself, and we're hoping that we can really get the students to understand how it should and how it will always bring healing to our community so that we can kind of return it to the real reason why the heiau was built. And then, sorry, so apparently I'm the one always talking too much. Paipaio He'eia is also another organization that I work for. I've been working at Paipaio He'eia for the past 8 years. It's a fish pond. So He'eia Fish Pond is one of those programs. It's actually where I learned a focused kilo. And we were one of the guinea pigs that Roxy talked about, who we built up. So we had 6 years of observation, and for us, observation, there's millions of things, like she said, you can go mental observing all these things. So we really had to narrow it down, but we have the luxury of having 12 people on staff, full-time people on staff at all time who are watching all these different areas. And so our practice for us is we are fish farmers, but in the way of fish farming, we don't really raise fish. It's kind of a shift for people to understand, like as fish farmers, we don't raise fish, we raise a fish pond. So in raising a fish pond, the things that we needed to kilo are like tide, because when you build a rock wall in water, the tide will tear it down millions of times. So when is the best time to build, when is not such a good time to build, and then kiloing the mahina and understanding how the mahina controls those tides that we need to pay attention to. So using that as an educational tool was a little bit tricky because it takes a lot of kilo and a lot of consistent kilo. So I think we have at least 9,000 students who come through us a year through our site, and so tried to come up with a simple worksheet that we use that allows the kids to take out of their 3-hour visit. And sometimes some students visit 1 time a year, some students visit once a week, some students visit once a quarter. So just with that variation, trying to understand how can we teach kilo, but how can we also make it a tool that we can really make use of. So worksheets and getting each kid to take at least 5 to 10 minutes to kilo something, and then for us to keep log of those things so that when it's time for us to sit down and look at those things, a million eyes. It's a lot of info to sort through, but it does give us a better look at things rather than just the same eyes all the time looking at it. So it was very useful, even though it was a little bit crazy, giving each kid a chance to sit in one space, take it in, and then write down the things that they noticed. And that's how we collected our 6 years of information. For some of us who are not on the education team, and they're on the restoration team, they kiloed themselves. So they went out every day, they looked at the tides, they looked at the fish, and then we would meet once a month. So Roxy's tool that she talked about that overlaid on our information was a really, really big help to us. Trying to understand this big place. So the local I'a is about 88 acres big, and the kuapa, or the wall that goes around it, is 1.3 miles long. Actually, I think that's wrong today. It's a little bit longer, or at least it feels like it. So our kuapa, as you can see, we're dealing with a lot of different areas that we need to understand, and the space is so big, the number of species that live within the local I'a, outside the local I'a, on top of the land and in the water. There's a lot of things that we need to kilo, so we kind of made a list of all the things that we wanted to pay attention to, that we could learn from. And from that list, we kind of assigned staff to certain things so that we can always have a running log of things. So each staff had at least 5 things that they needed to kilo, and we've done this over the last 6 years. So took us a while, and sometimes that information was a lot to sort through. So hi'ile kavelo, I know it's kind of weird up there, but that's basically what kilo puke looks like. Is you got all this crap in there, and then you got to figure out how to sort through it. So having Roxy's tool was golden for us to be able to understand and really look at our kilo in a focused way and understand how we can learn from it, rather than just having a whole bunch of information that we don't know how to make use of. So kiloing all these different things at the fish pond and then making sense of it, and in a way that related to us. So this 6 years of information will never be relatable to anybody except us at He'eia Fish Pond. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing about kilo, is you can kilo everything around you, but unless you understand what you need the kilo for, then it begins to get a little bit easier to understand how to sort through it and make sense of it. So for us, we wanted to understand not just the seasons of things, but how they correlate to each other. And that's what Roxy's tool really, really helped us to do and understand. So after we got 6 years of information and we overlaid Roxy's tool, we all were assigned one thing. We picked one thing each that we wanted to go through the 6 years. And so when we went through those 6 years, we were able to see, when were the seasons for that one thing that we looked at, and then also looking down that tool, how they relate to each other. So these pictures that you see at the bottom are things that we've kiloed that are kind of big for us. This one is the vale, or the coral spawning. So we'll be able to understand when that happens and how that relates to us and the practice. And then just the tides moving in and out of the makaha. And then also the different things that come in and out, like the fireworms. So being able to use the tools led us to these olelo no'eau, or whakatoki, that really will help us, and it could be useful to other people, but for us, now looking at that information, within 2 seconds after laying our information on Roxy's tool, we saw right away that ho'i ka mololani ku makaha ka moe, which means when things from mololani, this one direction or this one side of the fish pond, when things start coming back from that side, like the wind and the tides start coming back from that side, the moi are always standing at the makaha. So that would be the optimal time for us to harvest moi, if we wanted moi. This one here, pua ka hau, vivi ka ama. So we have a hau tree that grows, and kiloing over time, the 6 years, when it's flowering, when it's turning yellow, when it's all green, whenever the hau flower is blooming, we knew that the ama are a little bit skinny, which could mean that they're either not having babies at that time, so better time to harvest them, or maybe that they're not getting the nutrition that they need. Yeah, so now we can figure out which one is it, and then we can do something about it. And then this olelo no e o nanahu ke kaku koyaku ke kolea, that's the one that Roxy mentioned. We noticed that the kaku are biting a lot when there's no kolea. When the koleas are gone and they've left us, that's probably the best time for us to get in there and start fishing for kaku, because they're very invasive in the fish pond and they're big predators in the fish pond. So understanding what is your practice and what direction you want to go is key. Otherwise, like Uncle Mike was saying, kilo will make you mental real quick. Yeah. Yeah. And then that's pretty much how we use Aina and Maramataka in our Aina-based education. Side note, so I don't have to keep stand up again. I sit on the board of Ho'ala Aina Kupono. Like I said, my grandma made it the work all the time. So Ho'ala Aina Kupono is one of our family nonprofits that we started that came from a need to bring more educational programs to our community, and also to teach the practices. I was fortunate to be raised in a family where Hawaiian culture and values were our way of life. And so growing up, I got to speak Hawaiian. I know where I am, I know where I come from, and I know how to articulate that very well. So seeing that was lacking in some of our families in our community, we wanted to start this nonprofit and make sure that we had not only the community we work for, which unfortunately is not the community that I live in, but to make sure that we have that for our keiki. Plus we get plenty kids in our family, so we needed something to do with all of them. So starting this nonprofit was give them something to do, and then make sure that the cultural values that we were raised with stayed within our community, not just within our family. So Ho'ala Aina Kupono was a nonprofit that we started to make sure that happens. And we were able to restore a lot of things within our community. And one of the biggest things for my cousin and I that started the nonprofit was that we reopened this lo'i space that my great-grandfather had farmed most of his life, and which landed my ohana living in Kahana Valley. So making sure that we open that up, not just to feed our families physically, but also mentally and spiritually. Teach all the things that he wanted us to learn, and then kind of weed out the people who didn't belong. Yeah, if they couldn't handle the work, then they need to take a hike. Yeah, so Ho'ala Aina Kupono is that nonprofit that Olivia is gonna share more about.
Aloha, everyone. Sorry to mind me, I get nervous when I start speaking in public. But yes, I'm Olivia Wallace. I'm from Maui, from the Moku of Wailuku, Ahupua'a of Wai'ehu, and the Aina Ho'opulapula of Paukukalo. I currently do live in Kahana with my grandmother. She's tuning in virtually here with us today, along with my cousin Kahia Wallace, who Mama was speaking about with working with the nonprofit. And so just a little background history of how I kind of came into the picture here. I've only been working with them for the past just over a year. Like I said, I was born on Maui, but I frequent the space, always went over for holiday and everything. And so when I was just coming and visiting, I just thought, this is what we do. But since being here and living with my grandmother for the past year, I've really understood the intentions behind everything. It wasn't just all fun and games when I came for the week or for those couple weeks, Like, I was like, oh, this is really how it is, Because we're ways in different spaces, but we're all connected, right? And so like I said, wanted to recognize my grandmother and my cousin that's attending today. But I'll just be sharing a bit about Kahana and the programs that we have. Sorry, I wanted to use the laser thing that she was using. How do you do that? I don't know, but as you can see here, we have the local ia right here. That's Huilua local ia, and then in the valley area in the space is where the lo'i is, where our ohana lo'i is. But I just kind of wanted to share this photo with you so you can kind of get a gist how Kahana Valley is still all connected. And there's a bit of in the photo, you can see like a gap space where the wall is. So that's the mulue. So we want to be able to not just share with the families that we work with in our community, but also just being able to know that everything from Moka to Makai is all connected. And when something's not working, we need to kilo and check what has changed. And so being able to also identify what our mission and our purpose is as an organization kind of allows us to align with what kind of work that we're doing. And so this past fall, we just had our Ho'ala Kekilo program. And so all of our programs are all Ohana-centric. So we accept keiki to kupuna ages. So from babies to our grandparents. As you can see here, we have people from all ages. And so the intention behind it as well is that don't just send your kids to the program and then send them home and expect it to continue. But when we have all of the parents and the kids together, they're able to use what they learn with us and apply it into their own homes. Because a lot of the practices have also been lost over the years. And so being able to reignite that and just to be able to share that in abundance has been able to be very helpful as well. So you can see here that photo with our cousins' children. We kind of just sent them out and we're like, okay, you have 1 hour to go and kilo and come back with something that you have learned. And so they just went out and they ended up catching that the taco or he'e right there. And just so being able to recognize that at that young age, they're able to do these things and to kilo the water, to see where to go, where not to go. And every day we always start them with a kilo log. And so in that, it gives them the opportunity to, really tone out what's going on around us and to really focus on what do they hear, what do they see, what do they taste, what do they smell. They are able to recognize when the tide is coming up, when the tide's going down. Also asking the question, oh, what's the moon phase today? What is happening tomorrow? Seeing the sand sifting through in the Bay Area, because it is a Bay Area, and the changes of also trying to figure out where the Muliwai, we also have another organization that's been helping us with the wall, and seeing what changes they've done has affected the sifting of the sand and the movements, creating a sandbar, etc. And right below here, we just had a upena workshop. And so we also love to collaborate with other organizations and other groups around. And so we had the opportunity to work with Kua and work with Uncle Chuck Leslie, who is from Hawaii Island. He's an Opelu fisherman. And so we're wanting to be able to share the technique of creating upena or a fishing net. And so he's 81 years old, and it gives him the opportunity because his ohana, it costs so much for the family to live that a lot of his family have moved away, and so he wants to continue to share this art before it's lost. And so he's been coming into communities with Kua to be able to help share that. And so my grandmother's right there with Uncle Chuck Leslie. It was her first time ever working with a net. She says that I'm always in the kitchen cooking and doing everything else, so I haven't had the opportunity to do that. But just seeing how happy they are in those moments, that no matter what age you are, you're able to still have the opportunity to gain that knowledge or ike. Along with Uncle Nana here, he is another kupuna who is a fisherman in our community. and he's 90 years old. Actually, he just turned 90. We celebrated his birthday in May, and he was able to attend this event as well. And so just trying to create more opportunities for Ohana to be able to do this all together, and not just focus on one age group, but being able to share that with everyone in this space. Mama was talking about our grandfather, and so up here on the right, that's him, and these photos were taken in the 1980s of in Kahana Valley, and so being able to see that difference in what we have now and the changes in the lifestyle as well, we can see in contrast. On the right is my grandmother as well with her ohana, and seeing how the Aina was just thriving, right? They were able to have that time to care and to caretake for the land, and in response they were able to also feed their families. And so seeing right down here, we have our programs. Mamo, them have also worked so hard in the past to clean it up and to be able to make it as a working and operating lo'i, but life happens too, right? And in this day and age, we can't always just stay home and do that. So our work is also trying to share and try to find that bridge of how we can make those two worlds work together. And so also being able to pass these teachings on to the keiki, of being able to, oh, it's not just all nice and pretty when you walk into it. This is all of the steps that happen, that's required to create it to become how lush it was before. And so also being able to see them, not just lo'i, but also seeing what other fruits, trees, and other things that are around the area, what they can identify with, what's native, what's non-native, and what other people have shared when they're flowering, when they're not. And also recognizing what birds are in the area. That also shows and is a signal of a healthy habitat. Not just up here at Mocha, but also our wetland by the local ia as well. And it's been a pleasure of not just being able to work in this space as well in Kahana, but Ho'ala Aina Kupono has also acquired Aina in Hakipu'u, which is a neighboring community not too far from us in Kahana, and working together with the Fukumitsu Ohana to be able to help in their spaces as well, and just seeing how in how different spaces, how we're basically growing the same things, but they might not, harvest times might be a little bit different, and being able to recognize the differences, yet the similarities as well. And so let me just gather this real quick. But yeah, I just wanted to close before moving it on to Uncle Scotty is with the Olelo no Eau, and it's He ali'i ka aina he kawa ke kanaka, and that's land is its chief, and man is its servant. And so we, as a people, we need the land, and so we are serving it and growing it, and making sure that what we're doing is that we're able to really build ourselves through that process. And so just want to move it on to T's next. And I mahalo everyone for listening to me during this short time.
But before we continue, we'll have a quick break. Please go ahead and get your kai and use the restroom, sneeze outside, and then come on back in however long you take, forget your food. And then we'll do a quick continue with me and Scotty very fast because we are going to finish 4 things at once when you get back. So be ready. Okay, break.
yeah. Looking around the room, I can tell that you are the most beautiful girl in the room. In the whole wide room. And when you're on the street, depending on the street, I bet you are definitely in the top 3. Good looking girls on the street, yeah. Depending on the street, ooh. And when I saw you at my mate's place, I thought, what is she doing at my mate's place? How did Dave get a hottie like that to a party like this? Good one, Dave. Ooh, you're a legend, Dave. I asked Dave if he's gonna make a move on you. He's not sure. I say, Dave, do you mind if I do? He says it doesn't matter, but I can tell it kinda minds. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I see you standing all alone by the stereo. I dim the lights down to very low. Here we go. You're so beautiful, beautiful. Well, you could be a waitress. You're so beautiful, beautiful. Well, you could be an air hostess in the 60s. You're so beautiful. Well, you could be a part-time model. And then I see the clear. I do my moves, I do my dance moves. Moves of my dance moves. It's 12:02, just me and you, and 7 other dudes around you on the dance floor. I draw you near, let's get out of here. Let's get in a cab. I'll buy you a kebab, and I can't believe that I'm sharing a kebab with the most beautiful girl I have ever seen with a kebab. Ooh. Well, why don't we leave? Let's go to my house and we can feel each other up on the couch. Oh no, I don't mind taking it slow. Oh, now, oh, yeah. 'Cause you're so beautiful, like a tree or a high-class prostitute. You're so beautiful. You could be a part-time model. You probably still have to keep your normal job. A part-time model. Spending part of your time modeling and part of your time next to me. And the rest of your time doing your normal job. My place is usually tidier than this. I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you. I believe in. You wake up.
Okay, I don't know how to work this thing. Technology is not my friend sometimes. Okay, aloha kako. My name is Tiana. Malina te rongo patahi mo iha, very soon, like my partner said. And I am from a few places in this beautiful Moana Nui Akea. Home to me is Kapuaikini, Kipahulu, Hana, Maui, Kapai Aina o Hawaii. And also home to my family is Halaufuli in Vava'u and Ha'apai, specifically Velemea in the Kingdom of Tonga. So I'm from two kingdoms, Kingdom of Hawaii, Kingdom of Tonga. If you didn't know, we are not American. If you don't know that, look up Haunani Ke Trash. She will teach you everything about what that means. So that's our occupier, and this is the life that we live in, growing up and trying to figure out how to continue to walk in these spaces, in our own space, as we feel sometimes for myself like the Who's in Who'sville, Horton Hears the Who, like, we are here, we are here. My kuleana in Hawaii, which is just always just whatever they say, I do, and I'm a good daughter, and that's what I do. So, you know, I mean, I have the opportunity to grow up in my home of Hana, and if you haven't, has anybody ever been to our Kingdom of Hawaii? Yes, ever been to Maui? Woo woo. No, Hana? Whoa, that's like roller coaster ride for 2 hours till you like, hopefully don't throw up, but being able to be raised there from a young age, having the opportunity to have kupuna who are always willing to say yes if you wanted to learn. And that is something that I will always hold dear to me of being from Hana. Because whatever questions you had, whatever you wanted to do, we were able to have kupuna around that would help us learn. And one of these kupuna for me is my uncle, my mom's first cousin, my grandma's nephew, Francis Palanisa Netsi. From when I was about 13 years old, I've been able to be a part of building traditional Hawaiian houses. And, you know, if you would have asked me when I was 13, if it was something that I would continue to do, I'd say, no, it's so hard. My body, oh my gosh, all the way up. Anyways, you know, the things you go through and the way that you continue to see how your kupuna just kind of just keep going, you know. And so it ends up that now at 40, I'm able to have the opportunity to look at what does that mean now living here in Aotearoa, continuing to have kuleana at home, and having space of belonging within our Pacific space of Moana Nui Akea. This summer, as you saw in the beginning, we had our video, and my kids were here. I don't know where they are now, but Ua Mairangi, Waimarima, our baby Zahara, and also our baby Lehua was in Tami. During the time are some of our youngest hale builders, and if you saw them up here before, that's because I finally told them that they gotta be there, but now they're eating somewhere, so it's all good. But I wanted them to come because it's important for me to see how are we going to build our builders, and then how do we give them opportunities to actually put their hands to work with builders, and then how do we help them to be able to see their space in that. So with this summer OPO program that we did this 10 by 13 feet hale in 3.5 weeks. You know, all these things that are up there, important. The most important thing for me was building those beautiful builders, allowing them to have an opportunity to say, I belong as a Hawaiian, I have contributing hands to this, and now I'm going to see it every day. Everyone's driving. You should have seen the kupunas driving past every day, looking at us, seeing how we were doing. It was great to see how much stronger they became as a community. Special shout out also to Karimuana, to Ida, Scotty, you know, all of our hale builders, Jess over there, Mamo, you know, so many people in this room already. Kelly, you already know, hale builder. Thank you, Mahea, everybody. You know what I mean? It means so much because the focus again is community. The byproduct is a community safe space that focuses on cultural safety, spiritual safety, physical safety, very important. Mental, how we coming, how we kilo ourselves. Make sure that when you get there, we're doing our protocols, stepping into it, and allowing our kupuna to move through our hands, because we are living currently in this world, yeah? I want to go to I don't even know what's on these slides, so next. Okay, like I said before, this is our Master Kumu Hale Builder. Ida, Scotty, lift up your hand. We are branded forever. Kumu, we love you. This is part of our kuleana and looking at our paipai and our mo'oku auhau and how we have learned So this is our kumu, Uncle Francis, Palanisa Nancy, his wife, Auntie Essie. Some of our opio harvesting, they're part of the harvest. They have to go gather the rocks. They have to go build the rocks. They have to plant those posts. They have to lash everything. Me and Ida got the leaves with the babies. Thank you, babies. And then we all thatched up. So all a very huge amount of process had to go through this. But from start to finish, they now know. And it was so interesting to see their questions. Sometimes it's, oh, we're going to carve kupuna. What does that mean, carving kupuna? Well, ule and kohe. This is happening. This happens. This procreation is happening not only in our space, but within us, right? Ho'oulu, as Mamo has shown us with our baby. All very important things. Thank you. Baby Lehua, where's he at? Woot woot. Okay, next slide. I tried to hurry so we can lash already. Yep. Thank you, Ida. You're the best. Okay, so this is kind of what our program looked like, and mahalo nui to our Mauna Wila, to our NCI, to our Kahana Ohana, because while we were there and over a 10-week period, I had the opportunity to be able to do online programming from here in Aotearoa to our kids in Hawaii. And from that, they all built their own miniature hales. They went through their little thing and had all our products and go through, you know, we're trying to think, how do we create makahana ka'ike experience? Oh, there you go, hale builder. Boom skis. Awesome. And from that, they then built their little miniature ones to then go into our youth program where they're doing the hana every day. So really trying to see how do we get an earlier exposure to this ike? How do their hands get used to it already so that when they go into it, like, anybody know how to do this? You got these little 7-year-olds like, yup, I got that. And that is important because the more confident that we are when we're young and we feel like we cannot do something, the better we are going to be as they continue to go, right? It's not only just, if I would just only did this for and without them, why do it? Then I'm just away, right? We do our best to be able to be with every single time. Next. Yay, Holoaina, thank you. Scotty.
Aloha, Vawana Kalaskari, no kalihi mai au, no moku of Kona on the island of Oahu. I'm in Oahu in Kahalu now. I live in Kahalu. I'm from Kalihi. Actually, the original name of our ahupua is Kalihi Lihi o Laumiha, and that is like the very tip of Laumiha is the goddess born to Papahana Moku or Haumea, and that is, I believe, a good word would be profound silence. So the name of that ahupua is the very, very edge of profound silence. And that kind of describes the forest that I work in. I work at Ho'oulu Aina, and we are a part of a certified health clinic, Kokua Kalihi Valley. We have about 270 employees. We have 27 now different language interpreters just to deal with the diversity in our community. And I feel really lucky to work for a health clinic that believes in the life of the land and the life of the people are the same. So this is an older video that was made before the pandemic. Hope for Kids, and we're gonna play that real quick first.
Here at Holo Aina, we have a saying, "Okaha oka aina keolo oka po'e," which is the breath of the land is the life of the people. We are a 100-acre nature preserve that focuses on Malama Aina. So Malama Aina is everything from the restoration of the Lo'ikalo, to the restoration of our upland watershed, to the restoration of our lower land watershed, to the restoration of our stream, to the restoration of our people and our culture.
This is the bottoms, yeah?
This place is a community health center, and our health doesn't only focus on the people or the land, but both of them and the connection between them.
I know, I can't hiking yet. I'm working back to back tonight and tomorrow.
That health connection, it's a familial connection. It's necessary for any of us to be able to flourish on an individual, family, or community base. So here at Ho'olu'aina, we focus on ho'oulu and every aspect of that word. Ho'olu, make more. Ho'olu, make them grow. Ho'olu, inspire. And also this idea of just allowing the aina to be so prevalent in our thinking and our passions.
Since 2006, Ho'olu'aina continues to be a welcoming place of refuge for people to participate and engage in a relationship with the land. Up Uka in Kalihi Valley o Ahu, this area hosts thousands of people from all walks of life.
We have everything from our keiki to our kupuna. We have everybody from school groups to business groups, and all are definitely appreciated. Here we can do a wide range of projects, a wide range of volunteer activities. Working in our community garden, we have reforestation projects that our volunteers are very active in. We have everything from restoring the Lo'ikalo to resurrecting a hale that hasn't been seen in this valley for many years.
It's important that every person that comes here goes away with the feeling that they were welcome, the feeling that this place embraced them, they felt safe, they were able to build, and then pass it forward.
The hands-on restoration activities at Ho'olu'aina are more than the physical clearing and planting, but rather the clearing of the mind and planting a new consciousness of what they call generational activism.
Generational activism really is about intention, to think about intentions generationally. And that's what our kupuna did on the land. And then so that generational intention together with activism means that I'm not protecting this forest for the duration of my grant. I'm not standing here in this 100 acres for the duration of my lease. That our activism is implanted, these planting of seeds in youth, in families, in individuals, asking them to bring their strongest gifts to protect and perpetuate and to ho'olu, to make grow those vai-vai, those elements of our culture and land and community that are important many, many, many generations forward. So activism becomes active.
The team, the hui grows, the hui gets stronger with each volunteer that hears the calling, you know. And they don't have to end up working here, you know, to be able to make an impact or make a change. Everything counts, everything adds up. And for me, being able to be in this place, being able to give all my mana to this project, being able to give all my mana to this land, I don't see any other way for me to live my life.
I'm very, very grateful for that impact that we're able to put into this time and these cycles. And we only hope that those kinds of cycles are gonna perpetuate not just on our staff, not just with our interns, not just with our kids, but with our community and their kids and the communities that they touch.
That was when I first started. We used to hold community groups. We would engage the kids summer. We'd engage the school groups, some weekly, some monthly, some quarterly. But every third Saturday of the month, we would have community groups. And it grew into sometimes 200, 250 groups. And everything that was harvested was made for them so that they could take home. Uh, what we found out, you saw a lot of clearing of spaces, was we found a mamakoa tree that was growing in the middle of all these invasive plants. And just by clearing the canopy, thousands of natives volunteered to grow. And so that told us that the seed bank was still healthy, it wasn't poison. And so in taking our cue, we went and helped Malama the Aina to help it all grow. Since then, we have moved into consciously hosting youth groups. During COVID, to make ourselves, what is that word? So that we could stay working, we cleared more land, we produced more vegetables to give to the community, and we started preparing more underground ovens and cooking more food to hand out to the community, especially the elderly. The elderly in Kalihi during COVID were kept at home during the lockdown when no one could move around. And a lot of them was left alone. So we took it upon ourselves to make deliveries daily, see what they need, and keep them healthy. So these are just pictures that show some of the masters or the adults that would help train the kids. And I'm going to talk more about our summer youth program. I'm trying to hurry up so we can go. And this is our latest summer youth group, Mayuka Ku'u Va'a. Our beloved Va'a comes from the uplands. We are a forest in the uplands, but we are connected to the Kai. And so, let me see, can I see the pointer? Yeah. I thought sometimes we just ask nicely, please. So, these babies. So this va'a right here is what the kids carved in about 2.5, 3 years. During COVID, we had them come one weekend a month, and then during the summer, we would host them in small groups with just their families, maybe 4 or 5 families at a time, so that they could each work on the va'a. A lot of these pictures were taken at Kahana, where we sell the va'a. This is a va'a that Placito, who's the son of Papa Mau, helped us create on the land. So this is a Satawal style. This is our, oh, I never asked nicely. This is our Keaoleva, our first canoe we carved. And then having the kids help us with that, we started with smaller models, teaching them how to use the carving tools. In the first shot of the video, they were just making, it looked like they were just making circles, but they were making the mortar and pestle so that they could produce la'au for their family and start grinding the olena or harvesting the plants to make tea and stuff. This is me teaching them how to lash. So every day we put the canoe together. You can see the keiki are actually doing the work of putting them together. And then they go in the ocean and they sail it by themselves or they paddle by themselves. The beauty of Kahana is the wind always blows towards shore. Even if the canoe capsizes, it blows them towards shore. And the kids that are on the beach, they have kuleana too. Whether they're playing or not, they're to keep the eye on the va'a. And as the va'a comes in or goes out, they blow the pool. And if the va'a capsizes, they run to the va'a to help. And so we also helped at Huilua, help harvest the invasive limu. This is just our way of trying to give the kids the knowledge. And we found out at a young age that we have this thing called big school. And it doesn't matter what age you are. But if I teach you the bowling, And you're like, Uncle, I can do the bowling. I can do the bowling. And I say, okay, we're going big school now. And then I put their hands in a box where they can't see and tell them, okay, do the bowling this way. Or do it without looking. Or make it in your left hand. And then when they can do that, then you graduated big school. And so it did somebody's young Keiki graduated big school before their older brothers and sisters. And so it wasn't a age thing. It was a knowledge thing. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that. You guys like me, pal. Anyway, Ho'olu Aina, it's a 100-acre nature preserve. It's watershed land, but we're about almost 90% invasive plants. And invasive plants take more water out of our aquifer than putting in. But we can't just go, in replanting natives, we can't just go cutting down our invasives. Plants are the only thing that make oxygen. Man is the only animal committing suicide by clear-cutting forests and taking away their own oxygen supply. If we look at this world as a room and plants breathing in carbon and filling it up with oxygen, if we leave the plant by himself, he'll suffocate and die, filling up the world with too much oxygen. And if we put man in his room by himself, he'll do the opposite. He'll breathe in all the oxygen, fill the room with carbon dioxide, and then he will die. So we need to coexist. What we forget is this world, the atmospheres and all the pressures, the ionosphere, the stratosphere, the toposphere, we are a contained room. And we're slowly taking away all of our oxygen supply. So we teach the kids that at a young age. They use the kilo to know when the tides are right, when the la'au is ready to pick, when is a good time to plant. They kilo the animals when the kolea comes, and they look at the olena or the turmeric and the leaves are falling. Then we know the energy is in the root, and that's the perfect time to harvest the medicine and prep it for the kupuna and for the community. So what I like is everything that we do at Ho'olu Aina, we charge nothing. Everything is free and given to the community. And a lot of the times it's the kids that go and do the delivery. Just trying to put these kids in a place where they can receive gratitude. Especially in Kalihi, where we have some of the biggest low-income houses and the community. What we found when dealing, what we found when we dealt with COVID and we handed out vegetables to the elderly, that they would cut the root, regrow it, and when we come back a couple months later, they would give us back the vegetables to go give to someone else. So it wasn't a needy community, it was a resilient community. But anyway, aloha. They're already starting to laugh, so I'm gonna knock it off right now.
No, no need to stop. We can just stand up and Scotty can keep speaking. It's no problem. But now it's going to be our active time, so if you can just step away from your tables and move your kino. Over here, we're going to be doing 3 different holokeas. What a holokea is a 3-pronged kind of ladder or scaffolding that we'll be doing with you folks. We have one that's all good wood, and then one that's kind of like wood that we're going to practice lashing, but we'll stand on that one. So we've got 40 minutes, and I have every ounce of faith that this is going to happen. So if you guys can stand up and be ready to be active learners, and just, something that I always like to say is, it's not secret, but it is sacred to us, our ways and how we do things. And so, not to say that you can't do anything, but just keep that in mind as we're going through this. All right, so what we're doing is, if you guys come over here, we've got our upa'a happening, and the upa'a starts where we're putting two of these non-dimensional pieces of wood. It's not like a 2x4, we're not hammering a nail in. This is putting these two together. And so what our first kuleana is, or our first responsibility is to connect this one to this one. So we've already started one. This one is the hardest one because it's a funny angle, where we're gonna do a double half hitch around our first one, and then come up and around And Ida's going to keep going now that she's got the path, okay? So what we're doing is we're going to go with U or a U, and this is kind of more of a modern lashing that was, from what I understand, it's one that's universal. There's a few different names throughout the world, but U is like a U, and then Pa'a. Pa'a means that it's solid, that it's stuck. So we're going to do our lines going around, once around, sorry if our hands are this, once around here, then to here, then to here. So we're connecting it. But as you can see, now that it's connected and it hasn't been throttled, it's still loose. So the secret to this is you now have to bring those columns that are going between and cinch it in and make that tight. Okay, so our throttle is going to go once all the way around and down. Go ahead and make sure all you guys are going to participate. You're going to hold. Ida's going to pull because she is so strong. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and hooky. Down, okay? So what you're going to want to hear, there you go. What you're going to want to hear is a click. If you can get 3 clicks, that's even better. That first time goes all the way around and down. The second one, you're going to do a half hitch. What that means is you're going around and through, okay? So all the way around in between these 2 pieces of logs and going through. And now 1, 2, 3, hooky down. Yes, Ida. Boomskis. Okay, now that's 1. I heard it, Ida. How's your fingers clicking too, huh? Oh, long time, Alabama. Okay, one more time. All the way around and through. Okay, so this is the same motion. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, down. Yes. Okay, now the last one that we're going to do is a reverse half hitch. What that helps to do is now stop any kind of fracking where it'll get a little bit loose. This reverse half hitch goes the opposite way. So if you was going left, you're going to turn right. You know what I mean? Go through and down, 1, 2, 3, hooky. Okay, and the last thing that you're going to do is you're going to do, well, Uncle Francis likes to call it a watanabe, but I don't know what that means. But what it is you're going to do a 1 knot around itself, and then you're going to go flush all the way to where your lashing is, and then that's kind of like if you were to have like a bolt and a nut, right? It's going to end it and make it nice and tight, yeah, with that one. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, and Mahia. And Mamo, if Mamo's here, are gonna do the third. So go to wherever you migrate to, introduce yourself so that they know your name instead of saying like champion, you know, whatever. Maybe like, oh, you know what I mean? But like, Jess, come here. So just let them know who you are. Bring your kupuna on in. Let's go.